Good evening. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. Thanks so much for joining us. We do have some severe weather moving through the area. We haven't taken over our airwaves quite yet, and we're going to see if we need to do that as far as our radio stream and other aspects. But we are here on Facebook Live as well as our YouTube channels, Instagram, and other areas kind of going a little bit behind the scenes because we do have some areas of severe weather that does bear watching right now. There's a considerable threat tag on a severe thunderstorm warning for really approaching the heart of our listening area right now. Franklin, Gasconade, Washington, Iron, and Reynolds County until 7 o'clock. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line from 17 miles west of Cuba to 24 miles west of Reynolds County, or I should say Reynolds, or along a line from about 17 miles of Cuba, Steelville, and so on, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the main concern with this area. So we are seeing some power outages behind this line, indicating a touch of truth to possibly what the radar is indicating when it comes to some pretty intense thunderstorm activity. So that's kind of why we're a little bit doing here a Facebook Live to kind of let folks know what's going on and kind of let folks kind of be weather aware, if you will, in and around with everything that's taking place here. So we do have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. We do have a tornado watch in effect for the entire coverage area until 11 p.m. or after. In fact, earlier we had reported that only the Boot Heel was going to be spared for that, but they have the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, has decided to go ahead and issue a expanded tornado watch until midnight for the Boot Heel, 11 p.m. for everybody else. But I do want to tell you a bit of good news. After this line moves through that I'm kind of showing you here on Facebook and YouTube and all of our other areas here, we are looking at some relief, if you will. The watch boxes are getting dropped as this line moves through. So this is the main event. That is the main area of concern for the remainder of the evening. So for right now, this is kind of what we are looking at, and we are going to keep you informed of what's going on. We do have in the fringe northern portions of our coverage area right here, a tornado warning, which does remain in effect. And that is really, like I said, Lincoln and Pike County. It's technically out of our coverage area, but it is right along the border there with what begins our coverage area at this point. We have thunderstorm warnings in effect even for the St. Louis metro area right now, Franklin, Lincoln, Montgomery, St. Charles, southwestern St. Louis County, Warren until 7 o'clock as well. What you're basically seeing here is just a blanket storm warning that is being issued, and I'm going to expand out just a little bit here. And this spans all the way, believe it or not, it continuously to well past and south of Little Rock, which they are having tornado warnings right now, and any one of these could spawn something at a moment's notice, even in our coverage area. But it's been a hot minute since I have seen really a wall of severe thunderstorm warnings like this. It is not usual that we see anything like this. I'm trying to actually prompt there we go, the radar there to give me some control here, and I'm going to hopefully we are going to take a look at kind of a little bit more of an advancement here. This is all the radars combined. It's not quite as sensitive, but it does kind of show that broken line of thunderstorm activity. What you're basically seeing in the Arkansas area, you're seeing little approaching supercell status, if not already there. And you're seeing a little bit of that here, but for the most part, in our coverage area, what you're looking at is really kind of that broken or that solid line of severe weather as it's moving through. And so this is just something that we want to really kind of keep you up to date on in this and around the area. So for those of you just joining us, I'm unable to see exactly anything as of yet. You can you actually can type out messages on our Facebook feed, or you can type out messages on basically any social media account, including YouTube, and I can actually see those. So if you have any questions, maybe you are wanting to know kind of what's going on in your neck of the woods, so to speak, I'll be able to see those comments and let you know kind of what we've got going on. I am just a little bit concerned about some of the wind that you're seeing right now, especially more or less, basically, if you look right here, let me draw right here, especially this right here, Franklin County off to the north, some very strong winds are showing, and in excess of 90 to 94 miles an hour. That's what I'm seeing right now, or that's what the radar is seeing, I should say. But at this particular point, that's just what we're really kind of having to watch very, very carefully. For those of you in Crawford County right now, basically to the east of Cuba, toward the Steelville area. Then you get down toward Davisville and Cherryville and Huzaw and the Dillard area. Basically, that is where this kind of broken, strong area of severe weather is moving through. Now, for those of you watching right now, one thing that I do want to kind of point out, and we are not, like I said, we are not yet streaming in fact, let me go ahead and take off the thing at the bottom there. We are not yet breaking into regular programming. We typically only do that for tornado warnings or a very serious situation, and we are coming close to that here in the heart of our area. We are getting very close to popping into our regularly scheduled programming on the broadcast side, if you will, on our streaming apps and whatnot, and to kind of let folks know what's going on there as well. We are genuinely getting a touch concerned with the areas. But typically speaking, once this severe line of weather, moves through, that's going to spell the end of the severe weather threat. So we're seeing kind of a squall line, a solid line of thunderstorms develop. Some have some tornado warnings issued against them. The majority of them right now, severe thunderstorm warnings. And are we seeing any kind of rotation? Well, I got that one question right there, and so we are not. I've got more than one screen going on here with more than one radar, but let me pop the controls back on here. Bear with me, or maybe I won't. That's interesting. There we go. I was like, what's happening here? Let me go ahead and pop on the relative velocity here. We're not at this moment seeing a whole lot of rotation in the heart of our area. But what we are seeing, unfortunately, as we make our way up and around toward even this particular area, we're just seeing an awful lot of pretty intense winds going on around that area. So let me go over here and see what we've got going on here. This is what I wanted to kind of show you. Some of that's died off just a little bit, and you're thinking, how could that have died off? I'm seeing 60 and 70 miles an hour because I've got my screen zoomed in and I'm looking at what you're doing. Yeah, a little bit earlier, it was actually a lot more intense. And so that's just the area of concern. Now, I will also say that once the radar site kind of starts getting pelted with some activity, sometimes the sensitivity can go down a touch, and that might be why north of Troy there that you're seeing some of that. But really kind of in this particular area, it is showing possibly some 60, 65 miles an hour. But the further away you get from the radar site, and this is what I don't want you to get too terribly scared or too fearful. The further away you get from the radar site, the less sensitive it is when it comes to what it believes it is going, falling or happening toward the ground. And by that, I just simply mean the curvature of the earth kind of prevents a radar. It really puts it out to a point where there's only so far it can see, and then the curvature of the earth begins to kick in, and then you can no longer see it because the radar just kind of shoots right over the top of it. And so the further away you go, the less sensitive when it comes to things like that it gets. It's just the easy way of doing it. So when you get toward Reynolds County, this is looking several thousand feet up in the air. You get toward here, this is not looking several thousand feet up in the air. This is getting a lot closer. So this is kind of what we're looking at. These are the things that we're talking about here. Not a huge ordeal, but this is also not anything to just walk away from and pretend like it's not happening either. And the one thing that I am seeing, actually, just a little bit there with the latest stat sheet sweep updating there, we are seeing that line begin to fill in. Now that we're going to have to watch very carefully. One of the things that we want to be cautious about with all of this is that if you see a squall line begin to develop, it can spurn and churn up some rotation along that line. That's why near Hannibal and just north of Troy, Bowling Green, Louisiana, Missouri, that's why you're seeing some of those warnings up there in the midst of all of those lines. And they could be easily, if they are on the ground, rain wrapped because they are developing along this squall line. What I'm really kind of keeping a watchful eye on here is this is beginning to show a little bit of a symptom or a sign that it might start becoming a little bit more of a squall line as we put this into motion here and take a look at it. So what we're going to be monitoring very cautiously about all of this is whether or not this is going to continue to develop into more of a straight line or a squall line situation. So thunderstorms really can produce some pretty heavy and intense thunderstorm activity and can do quite a bit of wind damage as well. So we're just gonna watch it. We're gonna keep a very watchful eye on it. But for the most part, thunderstorm warnings. That's the fingers are crossed. That's all we're gonna get this evening. But again, just outside our listing area by like literally a half a county, there are tornado warnings in effect. So we're on here on social media, on our YouTube channel, and other aspects to just kind of let you know sort of what's going on. We can take over the regular airwaves at a heartbeat's notice there if we need to, and kind of join the entire audiences together. Right now, the Tom Ennis gospel show is currently on right now. We know that it's an Easter Sunday, and we know that there's been a lot of family get-togethers across Southeast Missouri today, and unfortunately, the day as the sun begins to set in the next really 30 minutes to an hour or so, we hate to see the day kind of coming to a close with severe weather, but unfortunately, this is what we have. I will also point out one other thing. As the sun begins to set, the fuel for some of these storms should be robbed a touch out of the atmosphere. And basically what that will hopefully mean is the storms will weaken. It's unknown whether or not that's going to, eliminate thunderstorm warnings or not. But in the hope that once the fuel from the sun starts to set a little bit here, that we should hopefully start to see these storms subside a touch and just be on the strong side, but maybe not on the severe side. But there's no guarantee of that. We're just going to have to wait and see. One of the things that we are showing right now, though, we do have, again, off towards southern and southwestern Missouri, these storms have a history of producing damage. Every little black marker there that you see is showing trees down and whatever the case may be. And there's power outages all throughout these counties here. It's not going to show me over the tornado watch, but anything where the watch has been dropped, there are quite a few outages that we're seeing right now in and around where these storms have been over the past hour to 2 hours or so. So more or less, here's kind of what we're looking at. And we do have, unfortunately, I was afraid of that, and I have a feeling I know exactly why that is, but we do have a tornado warning. I think that's just outside the area, Howell County and Oregon County until 7:15. And here's why I had a feeling that was going to happen. I'm gonna flip it back over to St. Louis because it's super obvious right here. That's the problem. The problem cell that has prompted a tornado warning. I believe Springfield would have issued that. Let me take a look here. Yep, it was a Springfield issued warning there. That should be toward the end of their coverage area. Let me flip that over to Paducah for just a moment. And oh yeah, it's definitely, that's a mean looking storm. Now I can tell you, you folks toward Carter County, Van Buren, toward southern Ellington, or Reynolds County toward Ellington, maybe even portions of Shannon County at this point, you're going to want to kind of keep a watchful eye on that. That's a strong storm right there. And so that's certainly something that we're going to watch. But again, right for the moment, this is barely, it is basically outside our coverage area, but it will be approaching and getting into our coverage area momentarily in the next several minutes or so. And once a tornado warning is issued, we will preempt our regular radio programming as well. And we will just basically go wall to wall at that particular point. So for right now, we're just going to keep it right here on social media, kind of keep you informed of what's going on, and keep a watchful eye on everything that seems to be taking place there. I'm not really loving the idea of what I am currently seeing. Let me see if I can get over to some wind speed here on a separate screen. It's just really not a huge amount of stuff. I'm going to see if we get an extra sweep there. That was 90 seconds ago. I'm going to switch over. Something doesn't make sense with that. So storm relative velocity. I'm saying that because the radar was picking up on what's seemingly what would be impossible winds. And we do now have, does that, let's take a look at that. Lincoln and Pike County still just barely outside our coverage area there for another tornado warning. But if you got family in that area, I know, Troy's not that far away, just north of Troy. It's kind of moving in that area. I would not be surprised, unfortunately, because we have tornado warnings. That cell near just south of West Plains that's a doozy. That's what you don't want to see. And when the St. Louis radar is picking up on a storm that intensely, that far away, yeah, that's a big deal. It really is just a big deal. So we're going to watch that very cautiously because that could sneak right on in as a tornado warning, right on into portions of our area there. So at this point, it's just a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles west of Thayer, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This is for Howell and Oregon counties until 7:15. Like I said, we'll reach into our regular programming there if we need to. Yeah, even the Paducah radar is just a nasty looking storm right there, all the way around. Every radar I can click on is clearly seeing that. Typically, even whenever you don't have, like even the Little Rock radar that is very far away, and it is pulling up on that storm. Like it can see it very clearly, and the radar itself in Little Rock is getting pummeled right now with severe weather right on the radome itself. So very interesting all the way around there. So we are going to monitor some things. We are going to keep it right here on our socials and our YouTube channel and whatnot, and kind of see exactly what we've got going on there. The hope is, like I said, that once the sun, which is now starting to slowly set across the area, the hope is that these storms will run out of fuel, or at least run out of enough fuel that they won't create any kind of a major situation here. But I tell you, that storm right there, just south of West Plains, you folks in Carter, and boy, I can't count the amount of times I have said Carter, Southern, Reynolds, Piedmont, Wayne County, Butler County this spring with tornado warnings. You all have been hit so hard. I hope that we don't have another repeat of anything tonight, but we're going to have to just watch it and wait and see. Folks around the Viburnum area, well, you are certainly looking at the situation at hand right there. There's some severe weather that's moving through. Might be just a minute or two, maybe 3-4 minutes away as these storms are moving through right now. Let me pull back on my controls here. Hopefully they'll come back on. When we do a whole lot, sometimes the computer is like, what are you doing to me? And because I've got a whole bunch of stuff open on this computer, and we just have to kind of wait and see some of these things there. I'll tell you what looks very interesting right now is the way that this is kind of developing. And you'll kind of see in the last couple of frames here, right there, take a look at how that develops as it's moving through Crawford County. One thing I want to watch is, and I want to watch this area right here. I want to watch that very carefully and see exactly kind of what happens with that. That, if you're going to start seeing a spin up, that would be a pretty classic case for any kind of rotation to develop as these storms are continuing to move off. So that would potentially impact you folks in northern Washington County, Franklin County, and off toward Jefferson County eventually as well. But again, what we're looking at right now, it's not anything that provides any kind of a major situation. Not seeing any rotation. I'm looking at a current sweep right now, but we are seeing 60, 70 mile an hour winds on the radar at this point. Those are radar returns. So probably in Washington County, north of Highway 8, that's probably a 1,500 feet, 2,000, possibly 2,000 feet above the ground that the radar is showing 70 plus mile an hour winds. How much truth to that there will be as the evening rolls on, as far as what's hitting the ground, well, we're going to have to wait and see on that. It's entirely possible. The other thing that at times, whenever a storm starts running out of fuel, you'll actually start seeing kind of what's called an outflow boundary. And what that basically means is the storm is starting to collapse in on itself. And you do kind of get bursts of wind that will kind of push down toward the ground. And so even if the storms are starting to weaken, that actually in moments you can see some pretty damaging stuff that can take place in those final 20, 30 minutes to an hour as the storms are starting to kind of settle down. It doesn't always happen that way, but once in a blue moon, if you've got really revved up storms, that absolutely can happen. It doesn't happen every time though. All right, so basically we've still got our area there of situations basically all throughout Washington: Reynolds, Iron, Crawford, Dent, Shannon, Franklin, St. Louis County, not the city yet, but darn close, St. Charles County, and possibly a little bit of Gasconade County. I tell you what I am also going to do. I think we can safely say we understand that there is a tornado watch in our area. I'm going to take that off so I can see the radar just a little bit clearer, and probably you all as well at this point. So, all right, we're going to keep watching. We're going to stay right here. We're not going to go anywhere, and kind of keep covering kind of what's happening with all of this, and see how this kind of plays out just a little bit there. And like I said, after we get into, if we have a tornado a warning that is issued for the area, we'll pop into our regularly scheduled programming and kind of let you know on a whole host of things right there as well. So it's just really kind of, the hope. I sure hope this is what's happening as the sun is beginning to set down just a little bit there. The storms, at least for the moment, are showing a touch of weakening. Let me do one other thing, because they are getting quite close to the radar site itself. I just cannot believe that thing is still down near West Plains. Let's get up to but that's still, you're still looking at multiple thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet. Let's get back down through there and get back to our regular radar. It is still showing quite strong. Nothing prominently speaking. I am seeing just a tiny bit of possible rotation right along the Washington-Crawford County line, basically just north of Courtois and Czar. This is making its way toward Ishmael. It's basically between Davisville and Ishmael on Highway V as in Victor and approaching Highway Y, but it's very loosely based. It's not anything, it's not a tight rotation. It's not anything like that. So maybe a little spin up in the atmosphere, but it does bear watching, but nothing that would create any kind of a huge situation, at least right now. So for those of you just joining us, hi, I'm Matt McLean. We're in the Show Me Live Weather Center. We haven't interrupted our app at this time, or our radio station. We are just here on social media and kind of talking with you, talking you through the storm, kind of keeping you up to date on that. If we do have tornado warnings, which are very possible here in the next several minutes, we will go ahead and interrupt our radio stations, our radio feeds, and kind of just join everything together and let everybody know on this Easter Sunday, unfortunately, that is ending out in some strong to severe weather, and I really hate that. I know a lot of families have gotten together today and have given thanks and celebrated a lot of their religious beliefs and other aspects, and so I know that's a very important aspect. It is to me as well, and I understand that. So at this particular point, like I said, we're monitoring, we're watching, we're waiting to see. It is a little bit hopeful, and we do have a few power outages. Basically, the storms that are rolling through portions of Reynolds County and northern Shannon County just kind of made their way through Texas County. There are some power outages being reported Wright County as well, and Douglas County showing some outages where those storms have been. And so we're just going to, they are still showing some pretty good signs. But that one lone storm, it's probably safe to say that is a supercell situation, is really making its way throughout the areas. And it's not moving hugely fast either. I mean, it's not crawling, but it's not exactly moving fast. It says northeast at 55 miles an hour. But I will say that is just one heck of a storm. It's just impressive, just very impressive. And this little white circle that you see here, this white line, that's basically the fringe of technically what the St. Louis radar should be seeing. And the fact that it's showing up so well on the other side of that, that's a very impressive situation all the way around. So. Yeah, those are the things that we're just looking at. These are the things that we're watching, and this is the stuff that we're kind of taking a look at to kind of see what's going on here. We don't have any brand new warnings issued for, let's say, Potosi off to the east from there yet, and we don't have any thunderstorm warnings for central and southern Iron County quite yet either. And I'm wondering for folks in Iron County, possibly. Central and eastern Washington County, it's questionable, but not impossible, that they would continue off with that blanket warning just because some of those storms are really looking pretty nasty. But folks around the Viburnum area just kind of getting pummeled with an awful, pretty good-sized storm there. It's moved over toward the East End and Goodwater area. I know that area extremely well. Grew up around that area just about 5, 10, 15 minutes north of there. So I know that area super well, and that's where we're kind of looking at right now. I'm thoroughly curious if we're going to see an expansion of some of these thunderstorm warnings or this tornado warning right now, and kind of waiting to see exactly what's going to be taking place there. That's the main issue and the main area of concern. Got to tell you, Tornado Watch is in effect really even into one county. That's quite unique and somewhat rare. Ballard County, Kentucky, and that's it. The rest of far western Kentucky, the Carlisle, Hickman, and Fulton counties there, not under a watch box, but Ballard County, for whatever reason, they included that one in there. It's a very large tornado watch box that is in play right now. As this line moves through, that watch box will be allowed to expire early because the storms have moved through and the atmosphere is stabilizing behind them. And so one more thing. Of course, there's an awful lot of stuff right on top of the radar, but yeah, let me see if there's an update here. Still showing radar indicated. Capable of producing a tornado near Thayer, moving northeast at 55. And yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at. There's not really any kind of a major update, but boy, that storm is still ornery looking, as we would basically say across southeast Missouri. And we do have kind of a double thunderstorm warning over places like the Metro West area, St. Louis County West, off toward, let's see here. It's hard to see some of those counties with all the storms on top of them. But basically, yeah, that Franklin and parts of St. Charles and Gasconade looks like a little bit there, possibly just trying to get get my bearings there for just a moment. But for folks around Ironton, well, I tell you, in just a little while, we're about to find out exactly how strong those storms are going to be moving through your area, but also toward Caledonia. Let's maybe Belgrade as well. Let's zoom in just a little bit there, see what we've got going on here, get all the towns to pop up. And yeah, I would say Belgrade definitely probably going to be getting from the storm that's moving away from East End, probably moving right straight toward Belgrade in that area as of this point. And oddly enough, of course, Belgrade and Caledonia, the same school district, Valley R6, but Belgrade is under a severe thunderstorm warning currently, and Caledonia is not. And they're only about 4 miles apart. So at this point, so these are the things that we're just watching this evening, just to kind of see what happens. I'm going to keep it right here, not going anywhere. Very concerned that they are going to expand that tornado warning into our listening area. And then we're basically going to go wall to wall in every aspect. But I will say, look at this line right here. You kind of, as crazy as it sounds, excuse me, this line right here that I'm talking about, it's kind of almost turning into a touch of a straight line situation. And it is rapidly approaching, and instead of it is kind of lurking off toward the northeast, shifting off to the northeast, if you will, but the whole line itself is moving, as you can see, straight up east. And so that's certainly something to keep an eye on. And now we got a brand new thunderstorm warning. So those storms did kind of morph and move about. And it's a big one. Northeastern Crawford, southeastern Franklin, Jefferson County, southwestern St. Louis County, Washington, Iron, Madison, Reynolds, western St. Genevieve County, and St. Francis County until 8 p.m. Severe thunderstorms along a line from near St. Clair to over Ellington. And moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible. Radar indicated at this point most of this area again. Now, like I said, we're also approaching the end of one National Weather Service office, being Springfield. Paducah will take over like the Carter County area to see whether or not that tornado warning, if they're going to go ahead and expand it. I can't see why they wouldn't at this point, because that storm just is nasty looking. But we're just going to have to wait and see on all of that. But as far as anything else, just got a lot of severe thunderstorm activity. That's what we've got going on. And we're just kind of monitoring that right now to kind of see if they expand this. And if they do expand this tornado warning, and again, I know I keep talking about, it's like, man, we got all these storms up here. Why are you not talking about it? Yeah, this is a thunderstorm warning. You've got some strong storms that have approached the severe level. And you do have some potentially high winds to go with that, understandably. But this little storm right here, it's really not so little. It's a heck of a storm that is coming back on radar returns. And again, I am genuinely concerned. You can see how they've kind of built the warning box here. I'm genuinely concerned, as you can see. I mean, you can see with your own two eyes right there, right there. That's how it's moving along, right in through this corridor that I've just kind of drawn in blue. And so that's why I'm kind of focusing on that a little bit. And we're going to have to watch that very carefully to see what happens. So while we do have the thunderstorm warnings in effect as of this time for a good chunk of our coverage area right now, they're kind of blanket thunderstorm warnings. Doesn't happen too often when they issue those, but it does happen from time to time. That's what we're kind of watching right now, and to kind of see what if anything is going to be taking place here. I am certain that our friends at the National Weather Service in Paducah are watching that tornado warned storm extremely cautiously just east there of West Plains and to the west of Doniphan right now. And again, for you folks in Piedmont, I mean, I know you've got to get through Van Buren, you got to get through Carter County there, and even possibly far southern Reynolds County. But man, that storm is really an area of concern. And I'm just going to draw that line once again. And that's kind of what we're looking at there, although I shouldn't have drawn it quite like that. Let me try again and see what I can do here. But the key for me is I'm just genuinely concerned here. And technically what I should be doing is actually drawing it where it fans out just a little bit as it's moving away, because typically as a storm can morph back and forth and pull from fuel, and it can expand and contract and move around a little bit in that corridor area. But I'm just genuinely concerned about you folks in Piedmont, Van Buren, as of this time, with that tornado storm. So I'm going to be really surprised if they do not issue a tornado warning for. I'm just going to be very surprised if they don't expand that warning at all. So those of you in and around the area there, in and around that, I mean, the radars are all showing well above 100 miles an hour in that tornado warned storm. And I am receiving some reports there indicating that in St. Louis, South St. Louis County, light rain, slow breeze, some rumbling from the sky. Thanks, Tony, for that information. Appreciate it so much. And everybody else that's watching right now, we're going to keep it right here. And like I said, if and or when they expand that tornado warning, we will go wall to wall on our radio stations and whatnot, and kind of let you know, just kind of keep everybody informed of what's going on here. But for now, what we have is a pretty intense line of thunderstorms, and they continue to pull from fuel from the atmosphere at this point. They sometimes kind of look like they're going to die out a little bit, and then they start springing to life as they tap into some brand new moisture ahead of the storms. And again, now that the sun is starting to get low in the sky, the hope is that some of that fuel will disappear for them, and we will see kind of a slow winding down of basically what we're seeing at this point. So it's just kind of one of those things where you just kind of have to look at it and kind of keep folks aware of kind of what's going on, and just kind of see what we've got taken care of right now. Viburnum, you folks are, again, if you're just joining us, maybe some stuff, you weren't paying as much attention because the storms were a county or two away and you're just joining us. I will tell you, once this line moves through, the Weather Service has been dropping the tornado watch behind it. So this is the feature presentation for the evening, this thin, narrow line of thunderstorm activity for the evening. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. And that's really what we're going to be very cautious about. Weather Service, Springfield, northeastern Oregon County till 7:15. They've just kind of they updated that warning box for just a moment. I just kind of wanted to see what they were saying here. But basically, that's kind of the hope, is that once this line makes its way through and keeps on making its way toward as the sun is setting, we're going to see a little bit of weakening as it goes along, and that's just kind of the hope, and it's basically all we can hope for at this point, and just kind of hope that everything kind of works itself out and go from there. One of the things, obviously, that we just kind of want to look at and see is exactly, it really is looking pretty nasty, that storm with the tornado warning on it. I don't see an avenue where the Weather Service office in Paducah, unless they see something on the radar that nobody, that none of us have access to. I just don't see how they wouldn't throw that into an expanded tornado warning. But we're about to find out here very shortly, and we're going to have to see exactly what happens here. We are in standby mode to kind of go into that complete, taking over the stations and whatnot. And so just kind of monitoring to see exactly what we're going to need to do there, and keep a watchful eye on there. So more or less, thanks for joining us here on social media, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, goodness, multiple different outlets. And here in just a few minutes, I strongly suspect we may very well have to interrupt our regular programming on the radio side and kind of go into wall-to-wall coverage here, focusing a lot on that tornado warning. But we're not going to totally take our focus off of this squall line of thunderstorm activity that's making its way here through either. We're going to cover that as well. It is fairly strong in nature. and could be producing some pretty good winds. It's just, you can literally see, if you watch this carefully enough, the spin up in the atmosphere as these storms are kind of moving off to the northeast, and how they kind of morph back and forth and turn in almost a circular pattern counterclockwise. And we do have that expansion of the tornado warning. So hang on with me for just a second. You're going to hear like a little click here and there. And then basically what we're going to do from that point is we're going to make our way into all of our programming. So stand by for just a moment here.
This is a severe weather.
Good evening. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live Weather Center. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a tornado warning that has been issued for portions of our area this evening, a radar indicated tornado warning. This is for Carter and Ripley counties until 7:45 this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Alton, or about 18 miles northeast of Thayer, moving to the northeast at 60. A tornado and quarter-size hail being the primary area of concern. We've been watching this. If you've been watching us online on our social media channels and whatnot, we've been on the air there for a hot minute, kind of covering different things. I've been really paying close attention to that storm, and we were expecting an expansion of that, and that's exactly what did take place. And so for those of you in and around basically Carter County, we're talking Van Buren, and you folks have been hit so hard this spring with a lot of severe weather. But I can't also rule out, as this storm continues, the places like Piedmont and places southern Reynolds County, south of Ellington, along Highway 21 there, Oakley and Keeney Corner and Garwood and Hadley, in and around that area. It's not impossible that this storm will be making its way through there as well. Let me go ahead and see if I can get a different radar here to pull up. In theory, there we go. The reason why it started looking a lot weaker, if you're watching us online and you're there, that you're like, well, wait a second, it started looking, well, the radar in St. Louis was starting to get pummeled with a lot of severe weather itself, and so it's becoming slightly temporarily less sensitive because of that. So we're going to flip over to the Paducah site and keep you folks in and around Washington, Iron, Reynolds, St. Francis, Jefferson, in around that area as well. And those storms are pretty intense looking, continue to be. And then once that line moves through and gets back off the radome site there in Weldon Springs there in the St. Louis National Weather Service office, we'll flip back over so that it can see much more clearly. But I can tell you, look at that massive little storm right there. It's a very potent, that's a supercell. You just don't want to see those. When you see those out separated from the rest of all the lines, that's when you know you may create a lot of problems. But when you see an area that's kind of like a squall line, kind of like what you're seeing here, let me quickly flip back over to the St. Louis site, maybe. And kind of show you what I'm talking about here. It's able to see it, but the severe, it's right on top of the radome. But basically a solid line like that, it's not impossible for a tornado to spin up along this line. We've had them earlier this evening. It can happen. But what you're seeing right now is, especially in that little supercell that's kind of going on there, for those of you in Carter County, but especially Wayne County, southern Reynolds County, I'm very concerned because that cell is a lone wolf, and it looks like it means business. It is radar indicated right now, but there's not a lot of trained weather spotters in that area, so we're going to have to rely on the law enforcement. Once you get that, well, somebody needs to confirm that that thing is on the ground. But there is most definitely and most certainly some very strong rotation that the radars are showing right now. In fact, from the Paducah site right now, off on a different screen, I'm showing 103 miles an hour on that tornado, the cell that has a tornado warning on it. For places basically off to the north, we're talking like Washington County and so on and so forth. Yeah, there's some wind, but not anything too wild and crazy as of this time. Let me see if I can flip it over to the St. Louis site and see if it's able to pick up the winds just a little bit better there in and around. And yeah, it's not impossible that for those of you seeing, I tell you, and for those of you listening in Farmington right now, part of our team, let me know because what I'm showing right now on radar out of St. Louis is that you may be seeing some potentially 60 mile plus per hour winds that have made their way or making their way into the Farmington area right now. Places like Ironton, we're also seeing a possibility of situations there where the 70 miles an hour, so on and so forth with all of that around the Ironton area. So it is not impossible as of this time in order to really kind of begin to see some situations there where we may see some straight line winds as we're going out and about. But you can throw it in the message box there and let me know kind of what you're seeing, and we'll kind of go with that as well, our eyes and ears in different areas. But definitely some strong winds, at least as the radar is showing. Let me get over toward right now toward Ironton, for example. As of just about 90 seconds ago, it's showing, at least up in the atmosphere, about 72, 73 mile an hour winds. Now, whether or not that's translating to that style or those high winds on the ground does remain to be seen as of this point. But either way, that's probably 2,000, 3,000 feet in the air. You could easily knock 15, 20 miles an hour. And we have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued for those of you in and around Washington, Iron, Madison, Reynolds, St. Francis County until 8 p.m. What we are seeing right now is a tornado warning that has been issued. We were just talking about that just a little bit ago, and this is what we're kind of areas of concern as well. And so that is an area of concern, and unfortunately, it's showing pretty strong returns on the radar as of this point as well. So for that area of rotation, I'm going to kind of flip over through there and take a look at everything right now. Wow. Okay. So as far as any rotation goes, let me get over to storm relative velocity here. That area of rotation of an area of concern would basically be, and I'm going to zoom in right about here, okay? And I'm looking at it just off screen on a different site right now. It's the same radar system. I've just got two different screens going. But more or less, the rotation that it would appear that they are very concerned about is the area of blue that I have just circled. So if basically what we're talking about here, let me get a slightly better aspect of it here, moving to the northeast at 65 miles an hour. And so this is what we're looking at right now. I'm going to put it right about there. So if we're moving at 65 miles an hour, here is kind of what we're looking at. Ironton about 12 minutes. Same for Arcadia, Graniteville, Pilot Knob, all about 12 minutes. Lopez 13, Killarney Shores 15, Iron Mountain and Iron Mountain Lake about 15 to 16 minutes. Roselle 17, Mineral City 20, Dill Run 23, Loughborough 23, Rock Springs 24, Senate 25, Delisle 25 minutes, Knoblick 26, Park Hills, Farmington, Ludington about 26 to 27 minutes. Hurryville, Ogborn, Libertyville, Sprott, about 28 to 34 minutes, about 61,000 people. This is right in the heart of our coverage area for Show Me Live Radio, and that is kind of what we've got going on right now with all of this. We are also monitoring very cautiously an additional tornado warning that's taking place. Folks around Piedmont, southern Reynolds County, eventually, if this holds together, possibly into far southern Iron County and Madison County. As of this point, could be southern and central Madison County. This is a heads up right now, because while the storm could dissipate between now and then, it is still showing quite a strong return there as far as everything else. So this is kind of what we're monitoring. It's kind of what we're looking at right now. And it is an area of concern, no question whatsoever. For those of you in the tornado warned area, here's kind of what we're looking at. As far as Farmington, they're giving plenty of advance notice. Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, Ironton, plenty of advance notice. You've got 10 to 15 minutes in Ironton, roughly, probably a little bit less than that now, but you have a minute or two to get to your basement. You have a few minutes to get to the interior section. If something doesn't happen within 90 seconds or 2 minutes, don't come out of that safety area. Stay there. Stay there until the storm passes through. That's really what you want to be doing. People like Farmington or places like Farmington and Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, you got a few extra minutes. If you're on your way to your house right now, listening to us on our apps, then you got a few extra minutes to get to your house. If you're 10, 15 minutes away, you can probably safely make it to your home and seek shelter there. Any further away, and I probably wouldn't chance it, I'd find someplace else to take safety at this particular point. But for those of you in and around the Ironton area, again, you've got just mere minutes at this point, 7-8 minutes max, as this area of rotation is showing near the Lesterville area. And like I said, monitoring it very cautiously and very carefully. In fact, I'm going to put on the relative velocity. That's what we're going to throw on here. And it's, 717. That is not even 60 seconds old. There's your rotation. I don't know if I need to circle it. That's what they're concerned about. That's the area of concern right there. And so for those of you in and around, we're just going to go right through this area right here. It is moving in your direction. Those of you just joining us right now, we did go ahead and send out a push alert through our apps. And for those of you joining us, my name is Matt McLean. This is Show Me Live, and we are in severe weather mode because we have multiple tornado warnings that have been issued for our coverage area at this point in time. I do want to tell you folks, like let's say in the Caledonia area, probably a little bit more outside the tornado warned area, but if you're going toward Bismarck along Highway 32, just a couple of minutes out of town, you're back in the tornado warning. So folks, if you are in the path of this storm, you need to be seeking shelter right now as of this point in time. So let me get back over into the area of rotation that they're talking about here. And find out exactly what it is that is currently being talked about with regard to all of that. The St. Louis radar is still showing the area of rotation, but not nearly as clearly. It's just getting pummeled right now with a lot of its own severe weather. So we're going to flip that back over to the Paducah site because it is seeing the rotation fairly well as of this point in time. Now, I do understand that for those of you that are looking at this radar and you're going, but I'm right up here and what? That's showing the same thing. Please understand that's not nearly as organized. Maybe it's a little bit of a spin up in the air, but it's not quite as tight or organized like what you're seeing here. And that's kind of what you're looking for on radar returns when you're looking at basically the winds. This is what's called a relative velocity, and that's what it's showing at this particular point in time. So this is kind of very scattered. It's just showing a lot of high winds and a lot of instability. But when you start seeing this kind of a situation, that's the area that you start getting super concerned about whether or not you're going to be seeing some very strong rotation that could be indicative of that of a tornado. And so they've gone ahead and issued that warning. It's a pretty big doozy, I have to admit. And so for those of you watching right now on social media, and those of you driving as well, we are going to keep it right here until these warnings are allowed to expire. And the hope is that some of these warnings will begin to make their way out of the area. We flip back over to Paducah by auto mode, and I don't really want to do that right now because the St. Louis radar is really getting hit by its own severe weather, and it's struggling. So we just want to kind of keep it right here and see what we can kind of take a look there. So this area, again, let's take a look here. Let's put, see, I don't want to do a whole lot of this because I don't want you to let your guard down. And here's why I'm saying that, because I'm not looking for how high the winds are right now. I'm trying to find the exact rotation. And I got news for you. Right in the middle of the core of a tornado, sometimes you'll start seeing very calm, like that, like very calm winds. And then as you start getting toward the edges, you'll start seeing some things. And so that's just kind of what, just trying to keep a watchful eye on things but there is most definitely some rotation there to keep a watchful eye on. Not quite as tight of a rotation as it was the past echo return there, but we're getting a little bit far away from the radar site for Paducah. And as soon as the St. Louis site, I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll open up a third window there. And as soon as I can get the St. Louis radar where it is not getting pummeled, I'll flip back over to it because it's probably slightly closer. But nevertheless, the rotation is very easily there. For those of you in Piedmont, I don't want you to let your guard down. We're too far away from the Paducah radar to be seeing a huge deal of rotation, but there is a tornado warned storm there just off to your southwest. We're talking places like Van Buren, Carter County, been hit so hard this spring. Unfortunately, here we go again. And for those of you in Piedmont, southern Reynolds County, possibly into Madison County, we're going to watch this very cautiously. As of this point, 7:20, that's about 3 minutes old. We should be getting momentarily, here it comes actually. So I'm going to turn off the wind speed here. And you can start to see if you are off to the right of your screen, if you happen to be watching us. If you're driving, I hope you're listening to us on the apps and not so much watching the screen while you're driving. That's very, very dangerous. We don't want you to do that. But as of right now, let's see. Here is the latest sweep as it's going through here. And that rotation is still fairly strong. That is kind of what we've got going on as of this point. And Kyle Douglas, he is going to be joining us here momentarily as well. In fact, he'll be hopping on the air here momentarily. And he is actually a trained weather spotter with the National Weather Service, and he usually is in the Park Hills, Deloge area, which is also under this particular tornado warning. So he should be joining us momentarily. And once we get him on the air, we'll kind of see kind of what he can see off in the distance as well. So for those of you just joining us, there's a lot of stuff going on right now, most definitely in and around a tornado warning that we've got for you folks in Iron County, St. Francis, far southeastern Washington County. And I'm talking basically that area that is right around the Holiday Shores, Bismarck area, right there along that Washington, St. Francis County line. But this area of rotation, Kyle Douglas just joining us. Hopefully he can see the screen. It's definitely rotating, no question about it. Are you in Park Hills, Deloge? Is that where you are right now?
Well, right now I'm in the western part of Park Hills, right by Highway 8. So I'm here at my parents' house currently. But yeah, I'm kind of right in the path. I'm thinking just by the look of it, let me get a good look at it here. I was kind of tracking it, maybe saying the southern part of Park Hills, the Leadington, northern part of Farmington, maybe even Farmington proper, might want to keep their eye on the sky. They just now shut the sirens off here in Park Hills. They'll probably sound them off again here in just a minute. But, yeah, it's definitely looks like right there by Iron Mountain Lakes, kind of what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Yep,
so
that
kind of looks
area.
like it might be going kind of closer. I would say if you're right there in Deloge, Park Hills, Leadington, Mineral Area College area, northern part, like around the Crown Point Golf Club, if you're in that area, you want to seek shelter immediately.
No question. We're getting a lot of comments. Tornado sirens going off in Ironton, super dark clouds, and a lot of lightning in the Ironton area as well. And yeah, I hope you have taken shelter. For those of you commenting there, sirens are going off in Deloge as well as Farmington. We're getting reports in Bonne Terre. Winds are scary in Ironton. That's literally a live, not even 5 seconds ago that person pointed that out, and we have no doubt about that.
And we definitely want to say Bismarck area, B Highway, those areas, Leadwood, Leadington. So in between Bismarck and Park Hills, definitely want to get your eye on the sky and probably take shelter just to be on the safe side, I would say.
Yeah, this particular statute sweep, there it goes.
Fast.
It did blow. That's what they've been doing all afternoon. For those of you just joining us on Show Me Live, our radio apps, we have broken into our regular programming. We've been on the social media side for about an hour, just kind of talking through the storms and whatever the case may be. But whenever we start getting tornado warnings, that's when we interrupt our regular programming and go wall to wall, which we have done now. And for those of you in, again, Southern Reynolds, Piedmont, Des Arc, even portions of Madison County, I'm concerned about you all coming up in the next 30 minutes to an hour, but because there is a tornado warning. You poor folks in Van Buren, you have been hit so hard this spring, and I'm very concerned about you folks in and around Piedmont, basically Piedmont, Ellington through Fredericktown and Marquand here in the next 30 to 60 minutes. But in the immediate right now, we're talking about Ironton, Iron Mountain Lake, Bismarck, Farmington, Deloge, Park Hills. I don't know, Kyle, are you safely outside right now where you can see, because this has approached the county line with St. Francis and Iron and that far southeastern Washington County there. So it's probably nautical miles. You're probably talking about 7 to 8 miles at the most. We have a second tornado warning that's just been issued. It's not showing up yet on this screen. But it is for southeastern Jefferson, east central Washington, northwestern St. Genevieve, and northwestern St. Francis County until 8:15. Radar indicated rotation thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Leadwood, moving to the northeast at 60. There it goes. It's now updated on this screen that we're broadcasting from right now.
I am literally within 1 minute of Leadwood right now, looking directly at that direction.
And what are you seeing?
Well, it's hard for me to see because there's a lot of trees where I'm at, but I'm looking straight west right now towards the Leadwood Gumbo area. And right that, I don't know. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you cut out there for just a moment. You'll have to say it over there. I'm receiving reports of hail, pretty strong hail in Ironton as well. And Kyle looking... we've lost Kyle there for just a moment. Let me see if I can get him back on the air here. There you go. Kyle, you should be able to hear us again, and we should be able to hear you.
I was going to say, can you hear me now?
I can. And that area of rotation.
That was my weather alert going off, and when it does, for whatever reason, it disables my microphone, so I have to reload and reboot.
Understood. So you are very close to this rotation that they are talking about. Here's the latest sweep.
Can you zoom in on the Leadwood one? I'd like to see exactly where that is, if you can.
Given your safety in that, absolutely. We are. It's going to go. I obviously don't give your exact location over the air. We want safety there, safety first. But it looks as if at this point, Frenchtown getting 60 mile an hour. Then we've got the post opposite there. It's a pretty loosely based rotation, but it's strong enough where they felt very sincere about promoting. Let me go over here. There it's a little bit tighter. The radar in St. Louis is now working a little bit better. And yeah, I mean, sure enough, take a look. You got some decent rotation there. Let me zoom back in.
Yeah, I would say just along Highway 8, maybe right around the Terre de Lac area, maybe just north of that. So I would call that right around the Hopewell area. Ooh, that was a big lightning bolt. Sorry about that. That was, you probably need to take shelter. I don't know if it would be on the ground, but the winds have definitely picked up where I'm at. And
Kyle, are you able to share your screen safely right now?
Yes, I am.
Let me go ahead. Whenever you flip it on there, I'm just going to do it like this. And on the right-hand side of your screen, for those of you watching, that's what's taking.
That just now, but
I did. And if you need to ever turn that off, you can hear the rumbles of thunder right there for sure. So that's kind of what's going on there. We still have an active tornado warning with a lot of reports of very high winds in the Ironton area and hail.
Give me just a minute, Matt. I'm going to disengage
for
just
thing.
A second, and then I'll be right back on in just a minute.
No problem. Do your thing. Safety first. No question whatsoever, considering the tornado is quite literally on top of you for the second warning that we've seen there. So for those of you in and around this area, this is the spot that we're really kind of watching very, very carefully right now. 2 different tornado warnings. And then we have a 3rd tornado warning as well. That's kind of been, it's still radar indicated as a tornado warning for Carter County until 7:45. So we've got 3 active tornado warnings. And again, those of you in Piedmont, Southern Reynolds County, Southern Iron, Southern Madison County, heads up as this moves in that direction fairly rapidly. And for those of you in Iron, St. Francis County, really anywhere in St. Francis County is under a tornado warning. It's just 2 separately warned storms right now. So those of you in Bismarck, Iron Mountain Lake, Ironton, you are probably getting quite a bit of stuff going on right there. Let me see if I can get Kyle's. There we go. There's a little bit of a camera there.
Boy, you've been Johnny on the spot with those camera shots. Right as you come back on, another lightning bolt hit.
We caught it.
I'm looking directly at where that supposed tornado is. It's going to be very hard to see through the trees, but I can tell you just looking to the north and northwest, which is where that tornado would be compared to me right now, it is very ugly looking skywise. And then just looking to the north where I can normally see a lot of hills and trees looking into like Deloge, Bonne Terre area like that, I cannot see anything. So it is heavy rain definitely to the north and northwest of me right now.
Do you think if there is a tornado on the ground right now, there's a safe bet it could be rain wrapped?
100%. I would almost put money on that if it is. Now, whether or not it's on the ground, I don't know. But definitely the wind's starting to pick up here in Park Hills. You can probably hear my wind chimes going off here.
Yeah, we've also got reports that the sirens are now going off in St. Genevieve County as well, and some high winds in Bismarck being reported by one of the viewers and listeners as well. Thanks for those reports. That helps us tremendously because what we're able to see here in our studios is a radar. And that speaking truth to what's actually making its way toward the ground. Well, that's up to you all to safely do, and people like Kyle, who's a trained weather spotter, as well. So those of you in Farmington, those of you basically just now, I would not give the all clear for Bismarck. Caledonia, yes. I think I would not give the all clear for Ironton. That was a large clap of thunder. In fact, it for those of you who are listening, that was probably an overmodulation, large clap of thunder there. No question all about it. So, all right, for those of you in and around St. Francis County, for the most part, and Kyle, if you look at radar right now, and if you're able to see, let me zoom in. On the radar, I'm kind of wondering if this is
just now starting to pick up here in Park Hills. It would appear the gust front starting to blow through.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm hearing trees cracking. That's not good.
All right. That's Kyle Douglas. He is in Park Hills. If you need to bolt and get to safety, you tell me, and we'll do whatever you need to do.
It was over here just to the left of my mom and dad's house, but that sounded like a tree limb coming down somewhere. So the winds are definitely picking up, and the rains are starting to kind of swirl a little bit here.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, you've got tornado warnings going off. You've got sirens going off. You're seeing this on social media. By the way, if you're driving, please download the apps and listen. Don't watch this while you're driving down the road. Please exercise a lot of safety there, and then you'll have the app for the next time around if you happen to be driving again. It's our radio station. But for those of you watching on social media, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all of our stuff like that, thanks for joining us. And we are in severe weather mode. That's what we've got going on. And for those of you in St. Francis County right now, pretty big areas of concern. And I'm going to go back over to that storm velocity. Go ahead, Kyle.
Could you go back to the wind?
Yeah.
That one right there. If you could zoom in right around the Leadwood Park Hills area, I'd like to see about where that is, or maybe even the Terre de Lac area. Because we've got strong winds coming through now.
No question. I'm looking at that.
The sirens are just now starting to go off again.
Both are still showing as radar indicated tornadoes as of this point. I think we just flipped back over to the St. Louis radar. We did. And so that let me see. I'm going to go. Kyle, if you know what you are looking at there as far as anything you need me to circle, let me know, and I will do that in a heartbeat for you, or zoom in.
I'm not that little gray area right in the middle of the red. I'm curious. I don't know if that's just a false return or.
It's been showing for the last several returns, actually.
Could be kind of a dead area in there, so I don't know if that could be any kind of just cloud rotation or just there's just so much wind and rain up there. It's just hard for the radar to punch through in that spot. But
yeah, let me flip it back over to really the Paducah radar, because like I said, the St. Louis radar is just getting hit so hard right now with its own stuff. It's a little bit more difficult to see, but you can kind of see now, even off the Paducah site, you can see that area of rotation and really those strong winds currently going on. And you're seeing basically winds going toward the radar. Then you're seeing winds going away from the radar. The rotation's really tough to see in some areas, but right there where that showing, let me pull that back off and just circle what I'm talking about here. This is the area basically almost splitting the two tornado warnings in and around that area that I'm a little bit concerned about right now. And it's basically passing between Leadwood and Deloge, folks moving toward Bonne Terre and East Bonne Terre. Heavy rain in Doe Run, strong winds, sirens going off like crazy in Bonne Terre. Rain has stopped in Irondale.
My phone now.
I can hear the siren. Kyle, they're saying that the wind is going crazy at their house. Chris Hubble, if that name rings a bell, that's who's
about 2 blocks from me. He's over by the Central Elementary School. Yes, I know exactly who that is because he actually asked if we were going online, and so I told him absolutely. So he's one of our faithful listeners when weather's coming around. So thank you, Chris, for chiming in.
Absolutely on that. And folks, we're not forgetting about you folks in the tornado warned area in Van Buren. I'm very concerned, and I'm just hopeful that this thing fizzles out before it gets into Ellington or the Reynolds County and Wayne County and Southern Iron and Madison County. Let me pull open this. They've kind of severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles south of Park Hills about 60 seconds ago, or 5 miles southwest of Farmington, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar indicated. So Farmington, Deloge, Bismarck, Ironton, Park Hills, Pilot Knob, Iron Mountain Lake, Arcadia, Knob Lick, Roselle, Iron Mountain, Ludington, Doe Run, and Libertyville. That whole area right now is what we're looking at. And so they are saying 5 miles. It's exactly what you were talking about, Kyle. This area right here is the area that they are talking about. And it would appear that this other area of rotation that is just now to the north of Bonne Terre is the secondary tornado warned area there. And now that's moved. And so basically right over Park Hills.
Patch right there.
What?
Would you be able to zoom in on that little gray patch?
Which one?
The one that the one right in the middle there.
This.
Yes. So that's right in the middle of Park Hills, basically right where I'm at currently. So I'm just looking over here to the east just a little bit now, if you can see on the screens if you're following. Definitely a lot of, I would call, swirling winds as the rain's kind of switched directions. It was coming straight in from the west and then kind of switched to the southwest, and now it's going to the southeast. So there's definitely some swirling going on here now. Whether that's just from gusty winds and winds being deflected, I can't say. But according to that radar right there, it may not be on the ground, but I would say there's a very definite possibility there's probably some rotation in the air.
Yeah, the question mark is the radar is obviously showing very clearly what's going on there, that there's obviously something going on. And then you've got that secondary tornado warning right now that is basically, if this is what they're talking about there, that same kind of a little bit of a grayed out area. Let's see, this one was about 4 minutes ago, located near Bonne Terre. So yeah, that is what they're talking about. That storm has now made its way past Bonne Terre, I'm waiting to see if we're going to get another stat. Here comes a brand new update, Kyle. And so here in just about 15, 20 seconds or less, we're going to see where this is at as far as its rotation. Here it comes. And it's sitting basically just to the east of Park Hills, right around in that area. So Cantwell, right along Highway 67.
That would put it near the path of the 57 tornado, if memory serves.
Yes.
That went through Deloge, Cantwell, and all of that.
You know, I'm even seeing in some of your footage there, I'm even seeing the trees moving in different directions than they were just a very short time ago. It's
so the wind got it noticeably cooler where I'm at right now. So definitely the cold air is coming through.
So that and
I just got a text from buddy. It looks like he sent me a video, so I'll check on that here in just a minute, and then possibly we can share it. Sure, he won't mind if we share his video, but yeah, I can. If it's just to the east of Park Hills and over in that area, I'm looking in that direction now. It's where my camera's pointed. Kind of hard to see with all the trees and the street lights up there, but that would be about where that is then.
Yeah, we've definitely got a lot of stuff going on here for sure as far as rotation goes. And I'm going to see, and it looks like they have good news, finally. The tornado warning for those of you, and I just want to make sure, let me get kind of do a quick reset. I want to make sure before I say this is over. The storm that Van Buren it apparently has weakened. They've gone ahead and allowed that to expire. So even though for folks in Piedmont, you may get some strong winds, some strong storms right now, at least as of this moment, no tornado warnings or thunderstorm warnings for you folks. So for the moment, all clear. However, folks in Piedmont, it's moving in your direction and anything could spin up at a moment's notice. So just don't let your guard completely down quite yet. But for those of you in and around basically the St. Francis County area as of this point, and portions of even into Jefferson County, let me go ahead. I'm going to pull Kyle off his video off of there so you all can see basically the full screen here of what we've got going on. And I'm going to go ahead and back out just for a moment here. And Kyle, you can chip in whenever you feel like it there.
Yeah, that sounding the sirens once again here in Park Hills. So I would say, and I would fathom a guess that Bismarck's probably getting close to being in the clear if it isn't already.
They've technically still under the tornado warning, but yeah, I mean, as far as the storm itself, now there's this is out of the St. Louis radar as of this point. Let me go back over to base velocity here and kind of see what we're talking about here. And it's really tough to pick out. So I'm going to try one more thing here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that area of rotation is now moving out of the one tornado warning and basically into the other. That is basically right here. That has moved out of the one tornado warning into the other. We'll just have to kind of wait and see if they update anything as of this point. So the last update was at 7:36. So we'll keep a watchful eye on that here on a different screen and kind of let folks know.
Highly Heights, Cantwell. So that's going to put it Highly Heights, Cantwell. That's going to put it right there near the Walmart in 67, Christine's Cafe area, if you will. So headed over there to the east. So I would say, what is that, Cedar Lake? If we have anybody listen. Whoa.
Wow.
That's really close.
Yeah. We definitely heard that.
Well, I saw it and heard it at about the same time. I'm going to say that was due east, so I'm hoping my neighbor's house over here didn't take a hit, or one of the trees didn't take a hit, but that was definitely close.
No question. Reports of some very strong winds about 60 seconds ago, just south of Farmington, about a mile past 221 on 67. Hearing the rain now in the area close to the Farmington Elks Lodge as well. So we've got.
It looks like just by that radar there, it looks like that hole might be closing up just a little bit.
Yeah, that's not necessarily the best case scenario.
No,
it's not,
no,
unfortunately. That is the unfortunate part. Folks in Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, Prairie du Rocher, that basically moving off toward Illinois, but more or less from Bonne Terre to the Missouri-Illinois line in sort of a northeastern type of a situation. So more or less basically Peevely, Festus, Platten, Danby, and it looks like they've just updated. Sure did. Remains in effect until 8:15 for southeastern Jefferson, northwestern St. Genevieve, and northwestern St. Francis counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Olympian Village, or 9 miles south of DeSoto, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So, no question, it is definitely. Not anything that's moving slow, to put it mildly.
It has, the wind is still going a little bit here, but it's noticeably calmer, and we still got a steady rain, but it would appear that where I'm at right now, it is calming down just a little bit. I will look here out to my west.
A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Farmington, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. For those of you watching and listening in Farmington right now, if you can let us know if you safely, please. It looks like that rotation has moved basically right over the flyover ramp and the Maple Valley Shopping Center, the rotation area, and is now along Highway Double E, moving off towards Sprott Mill and Jonka and Pickle, the areas there, the small little communities and stuff. That's the question mark is, will they extend and add to the tornado warning off in toward the rest of St. Francis and portions of St. Genevieve County? One person saying they're in Park Hills by the bus garage, lots of lightning, thunder, and some strong winds, no hail. It seemed to be calming down a little bit. In Farmington by the airport, had very heavy winds, but not much at the moment. Thank you, Catherine, for that information as well. And some just heavy rain. Highway B is in boy, Park Hills, heavy rain, winds, and lightning as well. And for those of you who are watching, the all clear, and I've said this earlier, but many of you, again, as storms move through, it's like the audience will refresh itself every 15 or 20 minutes, because where it's not something of an area of concern, you're probably not paying much attention when it comes to severe weather until it's getting the skies start getting dark. So after this line moves through, this is the feature presentation for the evening. I know that we've had a tornado watch box in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. As this line has moved through, the National Weather Service is dropping that watch behind this line. So for those of you more or less in and around Bismarck, you're no longer under a tornado warning. Iron Mountain Lake, same thing there. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning as of right now. But it's more or less a blanket thunderstorm warning from St. Louis County, basically at I-275 and 55 interchange, and that same exact warning spanning all the way past Fredericktown by a few miles in the Ironton area and all points in between. So it's a large blanket coverage thunderstorm warning. They don't do that too terribly often. So whenever you do get something like that, branches down on Highway 21 south of Potosi, getting some, and off of Double E in Farmington rain, a little windy there. Hailing now at the Colony Church past Double E. By Farmington Middle School, very windy. Sirens just turned off again in Farmington. Somebody else noticing that the temperature has dropped a bit. Rain and wind is kind of calmed in Farmington as well. Yeah, after this lead line moves through, you're basically at that point, the areas of rotation have been kind of spinning up on the front end of these storms for the most part, but not impossible that anything else could spin up and turn up, although that has pretty much been the case for the remainder for most of this afternoon.
Well, and what we commented on a few weeks ago when we saw those tornadoes going through down, Poplar Bluff, Donovan, Cape Girardeau, Advance, all those areas down there, we were noticing that the tornadoes were spinning up on the backside of the storms, and that was very unusual to us. These are more traditionally on the front, like we're used to seeing. So,
yes.
And it's just a typical spring storm blowing through. I mean, gust front comes through. Yeah, you may have some rotation tornadoes, lots of lightning, maybe some hail. And then once it blows through, you can definitely feel a temperature difference. And I mean, the wind is still blowing. The wind picked up just a little bit more here as it's blowing through again. But the rain's definitely lessened. And it's just now, basically a spring shower where I'm at now. So hopefully, like I said, it seemed like a lot of the energy that was in the atmosphere is being used up as the storm's blowing through. So hopefully that's a good sign.
Yeah, and the good news, the hopefully good news, is that now that the sun has set, that we are going to start seeing these storms get robbed of a lot of the energy that they had earlier, because there are power outages. For those of you watching, now I realize if you're listening you can't see, but for those of you watching, all these different multicolors across these counties, those are all power outages. This line of storms, as it moved through those areas, and that's kind of, again, it provides truth to radar returns. When you start seeing a bunch of power outages getting reported, that's when you know that something is going on just beyond the radar returns for sure, because why else would the power by the thousands go out for a lot of communities if there isn't something that's creating that, be it a tornado, be it high winds, be it something that's creating that damage enough to knock the power out. So it's a pretty good indicator. For those of you in and around the Farmington area, while the warning is still there, and let me go flip it back over, the rotation, at least what they were talking about as of about 90 seconds ago, is pretty much moving. Now, that doesn't, again, mean that you're in the complete clear, because there's a lot of stuff going on there, obviously with a lot of rain and some other aspects. So it's not something that you want to scream the all clear aspect, but the predominantly strong returns, if you will, and the potential rotation has made its way more or less into the bulk of western St. Genevieve County. Here's our radar return right there. I wonder if I'm going to let that finish off there. They've gone ahead and expanded the thunderstorm warning now. It is going to be for St. Genevieve. It's a whole bunch of counties. Let me pop it out over here. So hopefully it doesn't. There we go. So you're talking a whole bunch of counties here. Jefferson, South Central St. Louis, Madison County, St. Genevieve County, St. Francis County, and then our friends in Illinois, St. Clair, Randolph, and Monroe. This is until 8:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorms located along a line from over Fenton to near Wamak, or along a line from over Fenton to 10 miles northeast of Fredericktown, moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. So the good news is, for the moment, those in Farmington, the tornado warning has just been allowed to expire. It's done and over with. For those of you in and around Festus, Platten, Danby, Valley View, Kinsey, you all are still under a tornado warning for the moment. And we're going to wait and see exactly what they do. It's technically in effect until 8:15, but we're going to see if they pull off that warning, expand it, do something along the lines of here very, very soon. Not seeing huge amounts of rotation like we were earlier when the storms were in Farmington. We are receiving, Kyle, if you're still here,
I am.
There was a report of a 60 mile per hour wind 1 mile northwest of Farmington by a trained spotter there that reported the 60 mile an hour winds there. So again, a little bit of truth to the radar returns as we were seeing some stuff go through there. So, I would say you heard some branches crackling and popping, and it's no shocker there.
And here it's pretty dark here now with the cloud cover and everything. Usually you still got a little bit of daylight over here. But here in a little bit, I'm going to see if I can go over there and see exactly where it was. I know it was over just to the west of my parents' house.
We do have a brand new tornado warning that's just been issued for St. Genevieve County and Randolph County. Go ahead.
No surprise there.
No, it is not. The brand new warning there until 8:45. Thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado along a line from over Rocky Ridge to over Kaufman, or along a line from 13 miles east of Deloge to 11 miles east of Farmington, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. You know, this is not an easy thing to pick out some of the rotation here. Possibly, Kyle, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, possibly this area kind of loosely based in and around that area, but
I would say that's your most likely spot. It's just really hard to tell. We're not seeing a defined, real good look. If anything, I would say it's definitely. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that helps a lot right there.
I'd say it's a good chance there be at least some kind of rotation right there.
Yeah, and that has moved over Farmington. So I know that we've got a lot of you folks commenting. So thank you for telling us. DeSoto having heavy winds and rain, lightning, thunder as well. Thank you, Alyssa, for that information. Heavy rain and winds in French Village. Marlena, thank you as well. And let's see. Park Hill sirens just starting again about 5 minutes ago. Sirens again in Leadwood. Deloge sirens going off again. This was about 3 minutes ago. Some of these comments were.
It just sounded worse than concrete. Oh, I found the tree. I found the tree branch that went down. It was right in my parents' driveway, as a matter of fact.
Oh my goodness!
It's not a. Well, it's a decently sized one, but it's far enough away to. It didn't hit any vehicles, but that'll have to be cleared before I can depart.
No question. Though, yeah. Is Bonne Terre clear yet? That is what the question mark is. Technically, you are still under a tornado warning, but by every indication of the radar at this point, the rotation has moved off to your east. If you are in the city limits of Bonne Terre, I know that more rural areas like where I grew up, having a Bonne Terre address. So I'm talking the physical city limits of Bonne Terre. You are in the clear as of right now. And the same for you folks in DeSoto, Somerset, Valley Mines, Melzo, Settletown, Terre de Lac. Everybody's in the clear. It won't be surprised. In fact, they have. The National Weather Service even dropping the tornado watch box for Washington County, Crawford, Franklin. Everybody's, after this line moves through, you're basically in the clear. That's more or less how things are kind of role-playing out this evening. Now, as far as this tornado warning goes, Farmington no longer under a tornado warning as of this point. You're very welcome, Laura. No problem at all. Please stay safe tonight. Noblick, as of right now, not... Yeah, I would say probably safe. We do have a brand new thunderstorm warning. This is one that was for the storm that prompted a tornado warning earlier. And this is actually for Wayne County until 8:45. National Weather Service office in Paducah talking about that. It looks like 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. And so I'm going to stack over the warnings, if you will, over there. The Paducah site doing a very good job at showing some pretty identifiable rotation right now. And now you can almost kind of see, for those of you just joining us, kind of what's going on there, and a little blip there. In fact, it just updated. But you can almost kind of see kind of what's going on there. Let me see if I can do a storm velocity. And you're able to kind of see some good rotation taking place. But again,
sirens are sounding once again in Park Hills. And I heard them going off to the west of me. I'm assuming that was probably Leadwood, who had their sirens going off as well. But I'm going to assume, unless something else has come on, Park Hills, Bonne Terre, Deloge should pretty much be in the clear. This may just be a precautionary thing that they're doing.
Well, and also respective to not knowing exactly how they're operating. Sometimes if there's just a tornado warning anywhere in the county, they may end up setting off those just to raise awareness. And so, obviously, portions of St. Francis County still under a tornado warning as of this point. Have to wait and see if they allow that or trim that back a little bit. In fact, even technically, DeSoto, zooming in, parts of DeSoto, almost basically to the east of Highway 21, just past like the downtown or approaching the North Main Street downtown area there with train tracks and stuff along those lines in the DeSoto area. Moving, the warning is still technically in place there. But as you can see on this radar very clearly, the tornado or the wind changing directions there, and you have little areas, blotchy areas there in the red that's kind of showing some darker reds, a little hint of green here and there, little notch here and there. Here we go. And there's some decent rotation that's kind of tightening up just a little bit there, right around in this area that we're just going to have to watch. As far as anything else, we'll have to wait and see if they expand. There is a thunderstorm warning for that area, but so far not a tornado warning for folks, basically our friends in southern Illinois. But for St. Genevieve County, I know that in Irondale, yes, Irondale is in the clear. You're fine. And you're very welcome, Beth. Very welcome to get all of that coverage as well. Yeah, and I know you're still getting sirens in Park Hills. It should be Park Hills itself, the city, the tornado warning, as well as for Deloge, has expired and moved off to the east. Bonne Terre still technically under a tornado warning, but again, the main areas of concern for rotation are now in St. Genevieve County. As of this point, we are receiving, let me zoom in there for just in the Park Hills area. Power lines are currently down at Camilla Street and Polk Avenue via emergency management. And this is in like the West Elvins area of Park Hills. What'd you say, Kyle?
I said that's over in the Elvins area.
Yep.
Right there by Flat River Creek.
Yep. So we do have some power lines down. So notably, obviously, again, when you've got power lines getting knocked down, you've got at the very minimum, you've got some high winds that are creating enough damage to kind of propagate some of that. So for those of you in and around the St. Francis County area, let's say Deloge off to the south toward the Madison County line, the warnings have been allowed to expire. You are not under a tornado warning. Still technically, from Bonne Terre off to the north toward DeSoto, still under a tornado warning. Again, got to tell you, in fact, we've got an expansion of a tornado warning because the rotation has essentially moved out. And so they may get that drop, but the storm that moved through St. Francis County, Bonne Terre, Park Hills, Deloge, and off and around that area, it has now moved into right along the Missouri-Illinois border along the Mississippi River. So a brand new tornado warning has been issued for Monroe and St. Clair counties until 8:45, radar indicated. So they are still seeing some pretty good-sized radar, enough to propagate tornado warnings. And so that is obviously something. Randolph and St. Genevieve County, Randolph obviously in southern Illinois, St. Gen, 8:45 p.m., and there's still a tornado warning in effect for that as well. So I'm going to zoom out and let you kind of take a look a little bit here, what we got going on, folks in Piedmont. There is still a little bit of, well, that's pretty high up in the atmosphere. We'll move it over to the Paducah site real quick for you folks in Piedmont. And I'm still just a tiny bit of rotation. And this is the storm that produced a tornado warning for a good long while. And it is still identified as a tornado possible, which means they are also seeing the rotation, the Weather Service, with this particular one. So I don't want you to let your guard down in Marquand, Fredericktown, as well as even Des Arc, right there toward the Iron and Wayne County line. don't let your guard down, especially basically Fredericktown South and Madison County either. It is still showing as a possible rotation. There's still some rotation showing there as well. So we may have potentially out of this thunderstorm warning, it could easily be upgraded back once again into a tornado warning for you folks in Iron and Madison County. And when I say that, I don't mean like Viburnum or Ironton, but we're talking Annapolis, Des Arc area, the southern area of Iron. Go ahead, Kyle.
Lower end of the 7 there that makes up Iron County.
Yep, I always call it an upside down L, but I've never thought about a 7. Grew up and lived there my whole life, and there you go. And this, why do the sirens keep going off? I'm not entirely sure for you folks in Park Hills. Again, there may be some policies there that as long as the county is under a warning, they'll continue to sound that. I just don't know what the St. Francis County policies are.
I have been told before that the city of Park Hills and the county does not control those. The National Weather Service actually can control those. So what's confusing, though, is that the last time we had severe weather in the area that went through the southern part of St. Francis County, or even the northeastern part, that little notch up there by Washington County, when they were under tornado warnings, the sirens never sounded in Bonne Terre, Deloge, Park Hills, Farmington. And that's up to the National Weather Service. That's as I understand it. So they're the ones that decide when they're going off. Now, I don't know if they push the button, they go off for like a predetermined time, like a 30-minute time block, or how it is that that computer system is set up. So we're definitely looking at the radar in the Park Hills, Leadwood, Bismarck, Doe Run, Deloge. I would say Bonne Terre area. I would say you're likely in the clear as of right now. I mean, we would have to get Matt to kind of zoom in there and take a look at it. But
we do have some power lines down, Kyle, reported by Emergency Management in Deloge as well. Basically, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit there, the Hiley Heights area.
Oh, I know that's about a block from my house. That's outstanding. So right by Walmart, if you people are wondering. And there's a lot of wide open space right there. So if you get high winds through there, there's not a whole lot to knock it down. So, but I think, I think we can probably safely say that the western part of St. Francis County, and I would even throw Park Hills, Deloge, Bonne Terre into that, we're probably in the clear.
Yeah, the warnings have been allowed to drop. You've got some heavy rain going on, Farmington south toward Fredericktown. And so more or less St. Francis County, anytime now they'll probably drop the tornado watch box like they have Washington, Crawford, Dent, Phelps, Gasconade, Franklin, and every place off to the west. Still a lot of power outages in that area. But those of you in Madison County, please don't let your guard down yet in southern Iron County because of the storm just east of Piedmont. You're very welcome, Nancy. Glad that you've been able to watch us and stream us on everything. You can also download those apps as well in the Google and Apple Play Store, the Show Me Live radio apps. If you happen to be driving, we really encourage you not to obviously be distracted by a screen. Please listen and don't watch, but that's just our regular radio app with the music and sports and all of our coverage. When there's tornado warnings, we break into that coverage as well and go wall to wall just like we do online on the video side. So again, Madison County, and now it's just, we're really concerned. And again, it's tagged as a possible tornado because it has produced tornado warnings in the past, and there's still some rotation being shown for that.
Well, one thing I want to tell people just real quick, kind of give you a minute to kind of reset there. Just because the brunt of the storm has gone through, the main part of it, doesn't mean it's still safe to get outside and everything. There's still some rain involved here. I was looking at the radar a few minutes ago. There's still some rain involved. There's still a lot of lightning involved, and lightning can strike from a long way away. So folks, if you're getting out to kind of check on damage or to look at things, just be very careful. Make sure you take precautions, and also be aware small streams can rise very quickly from these. So don't get you'll get yourself into a situation there. But as far as like the severe weather aspect of it, it is very, very calm and still. It's just a steady rain now with a little bit of flash of lightning here and there in Park Hills where I'm at. So
Yeah, this rotation, by the way, Kyle, sitting basically, there's a couple of areas of concern. Basically, between Kellogg and Prairie du Rocher, or more or less, it's the way that the Mississippi River kind of cuts the states between Missouri and Illinois. It kind of goes a little wobbly there. It's not a straight line. So, from St. Genevieve to Prairie du Rocher is an area of concern for rotation there for this brand new tornado warning that they have issued for those.
55 corridor there.
It's east of. I don't know if you can still see the screen or not.
Yeah, I can. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, you're talking the 55s on the bottom left-hand side of the screen, St. Genevieve's toward the bottom, and then you've got areas of rotation. It's loose, not very tight, and this is from the St. Louis site, but you've got some areas of rotation that are kind of going on there that are spawning a little bit of concern, and you can really see the intensity of more or less the storms themselves. You can see the green means that they're moving one direction away from the radar site, and the red, obviously, it's flipping directions, and that's why it looks so different. But you can outline the storms without even looking at the radar site just by going off of that. And that is about 45 seconds old as far as this goes. So definitely something for those in St. Genevieve. For the most part, as of this point, power in and out south of Farmington. Thanks for letting us know that. There may be some storm damage. There may be a tree resting on a line or something along those lines. And it's Noblick in the clear. Yes, Noblick is in the clear as of this point as well. Now, I'm not prepared to say that Madison County is in the clear, however, because of the storm in Piedmont.
DeSoto as well, Matt. I think DeSoto's probably okay.
DeSoto, yeah. Well, I think we can, in the clear as well. I guess, Kyle, you can also see the comments as well, thankfully. Now, for those of you, again, Madison County, basically Fredericktown south, so most of Madison County, but predominantly I'm very concerned about the southern half of Madison County, and Kyle's eyes, if he's looking at what I'm seeing right now.
Well, that's a bright signature.
It is, and the question mark is, this is what produced tornado warnings earlier, and the thunderstorm warning itself has a tornado possible tag on it. So there is no doubt that they are keeping a watchful eye on this to see exactly what may take place there.
To the east of Piedmont, it looks like.
It is, and it's moving very close to Fredericktown. Now, here's the deal. When you get into this area, Paducah takes care of Wayne County. Madison County is taken care of by St. Louis, and so is Iron, and so is Reynolds, for that matter. So you have differing weather offices that are monitoring it in different manners. And so it's going to be up to the National Weather Service office in St. Louis if they extend that thunderstorm warning into Madison County, like what Paducah has already issued for Wayne County. And some of that storm is beginning to make its way into that southern tip of Iron County for around the Des Arc area. And again, for those of you along like Zion, Cherokee Pass, this is an area that we're just going to keep a watchful eye on there and see exactly what happens and what they do. They have pared back the tornado warning for those of you in St. Genevieve County. It looks like at this point, the county, for the most part, except for the city of St. Genevieve proper, all the way to St. Mary, you're looking at a tornado warning that is still in effect. But for the rest of St. Genevieve County, for the most part, the county itself is back out where there are no active warnings. A little bit of a touch of a thunderstorm warning just to the east of Bloomsdale, right along I-55, more or less from the St. Genevieve exit there on I-55 there, exit 150, and moving off to the southeast from there. So the storms are moving out little by little, so that's a good sign. But those of you in Madison County, still concerned for you folks as to whether or not they're going to and what they're planning to do on that. Stay with us here for just a little bit longer, because I don't know exactly how that's all going to plan out in fact, nobody knows. But there is definitely some type of a rotation that is showing up in and around southeastern Iron County right now, right along the Wayne and Iron County line. It is an area of concern. Beulah, Brunot, Sheldon Ford, Varsh Ford to the east of Desart near Coldwater and Lodi, 12 Mile, Marsh Creek. This is an area that I am concerned about. But there is no warning outside of what the Paducah office has warned in Wayne County. Iron and Madison are under St. Louis County, St. Louis National Weather Service office. So, and this is not a slam or a slight. They each have their own protocols on how they do things. And so, what one does versus the other, we're very respectful of that. But nevertheless, it is an area of concern. And there's obviously some form of a little bit of a rotation going on there with a tornado possible threat tag going on out of the Weather Service office in Paducah for Wayne County. But that is now beginning to make its way into Madison County. We'll just have to wait and see how the Weather Service in St. Louis does their stuff. For those of you in southwestern Illinois, not southeastern Missouri, southwestern Illinois, Waterloo, Redbud, moving out toward the end of our listing area there. There are tornado warnings in effect for Belleville, O'Fallon, Illinois, not Missouri, Waterloo, Redbud, Prairie du Rocher, and towards Sparta as well. Coulterville is under a thunderstorm warning, and New Athens and Lindsborg and Marissa. Basically, right along Highway 3 from Evansville, Illinois, not Indiana, Ellis Grove, Waterloo, and Columbia. You've got that either a tornado warning or a thunderstorm warning in effect for those of you there. As far as everybody else, right now we're just monitoring. I wished I hadn't zoomed out, but yet at the same time, folks in Doniphan and Poplar Bluff, there is a tornado warning in Pocahontas right now. It's going to eventually make its way over toward southern Missouri, Poplar Bluff and Doniphan. So we're going to watch that, and Walnut Ridge is under a tornado warning as well. But the predominant area of concern, obviously, right now, you're talking the tornado warning that's in effect for St. Clair County until 8:45 at 8:17, so not even 60 seconds ago. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Smithton or 5 miles southeast of Millstadt, moving to the northeast at 55. And then we've also got a confirmed tornado on the ground now. And Kyle, this was the storm that moved over the Park Hills, Ludington, or Park Hills, Deloge area. Now there is an actual confirmation, according to this, an observed tornado on the ground.
Did they say where?
Weather spotters confirmed the tornado near St. Genevieve. And
That's
so
where, right there, St. Jim proper and right around Bloomsdale and St. Mary, I think you said.
Yep. And so I
would say it's right there, just
Prairie du
looking,
Rocher?
right there by Prairie du Rocher, correct.
Yeah, let's put this in animation for a moment and see how this moved through. And that actually just updated that very last one. That is live.
I'd say right there by just to the east of Perryville and just to the west of Evansville. It's probably going to skirt Evansville to the north and just miss Redbud. So I'm not sure what that is over there.
Now, I'm going to draw on this while this is in rotation. Take a look at this damage in Deloge and Park Hills and look at how this storm move through, and it starts to make a whole lot more sense as to why we went on the air, why we've done what we've done, and why we were trying to get folks to take shelter. And now you have a weather spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground with this particular storm.
Did they say where it's at?
Weather spotters confirmed it near St. Genevieve is what is all that it said. And in fact, I've got that warning for those of you watching on TV. Maybe you're streaming it through the YouTube channel, which you can do on most TVs nowadays. The warning is off to your right-hand side on your screen for all of that as well. But for that, it's not a super tightly wrapped situation. It's not the easiest thing to pick out, but it's right there. And so that's the area that looks like that they are confirming as being a tornado on the ground. So it has moved out of St. Genevieve County and into all southern Illinois, and we have a brand new tornado warning. Here we go. We have two tornado warnings. One is for Madison County, and the other is for Wayne County. I'm going to pull them both up and move them out of the way, And then I'm going to turn that off so that you can kind of see what's going on here. So here's what we're going to do. Southern Madison County until 9 p.m., a tornado warning. And this is going to be basically from a few miles south of Fredericktown all the way to the Wayne County line. This has been issued by St. Louis's office. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Saco or 25 miles southwest of Fredericktown, moving to the northeast fairly slowly at 35 miles an hour compared to what some of the other storms' speeds have been. Marquand, Buckhorn, and Saco. Then the Weather Service office in Paducah, in coordination with the St. Louis office, has issued a tornado warning for north central Wayne County. This is until 8:30, indicating that at 8:18, so about 2.5-3 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Sam A. Baker State Park, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation is the area of concern for that. So we are, as far as our viewing and our coverage area overall, we are not entirely out of the woods quite yet. As of this point. So for those of you in the warned area, that's why I said don't let your guard down in Fredericktown, Marquand, Madison County yet. Those of you in Farmington, it's over. Bismarck, it's over. Potosi, it's over. DeSoto. Yeah, Doe Run, Festus, DeSoto, it's over. The damage and all of the damaging type storms. Viburnum, you're way in the clear. But for those of you, let's say on a line, and I'm going to draw it out on this screen, where you can still see, obviously, this thunderstorm warning remains in effect. But we're going to basically say a line in our coverage area, anything south of this blue line, so all the little dashes that I'm drawing through there, not in the clear yet. Perryville, Fredericktown, Marquand, Sedgwickville, Oak Ridge, even parts of Annapolis Desert, not quite in the clear just yet. And I'm telling you, here's why. Because we've also got tornado warnings right along the Missouri-Arkansas border. So those of you toward Poplar Bluff, I feel like a broken record this spring because you poor folks have gone through this over and over. Van Buren, Poplar Bluff, Doniphan. It has been every single wave we end up. It's you all just get pummeled one after another. So everybody else, Ironton, Farmington, in the clear. You're fine. Everything else south of there, Fredericktown and south, Piedmont south, Perryville South, not yet in the clear. Still got a little while to go. Those of you, and you're kind of going, yes, but what about the tornado warnings in across the river in Illinois? That's correct. You are not quite yet in the clear, but Jefferson County basically in the clear. We have a 60 mile an hour confirmed, 65 actually, in Waterloo by Broadcast Media. Near zero visibility also reported as well out of that in the Waterloo area. So that's that line. Going back over to radar for just a moment here. Once this line, yeah, they're doozies, aren't they?
Well,
Once
that one right
line,
there, just to the south of Fredericktown there, that's got a big white signature. That could be a nice little hail core.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one that's got this tornado warning storm. But once you see, I'll tell you what else. Earlier, before we jumped on the air on Show Me Live, but when we were on all the social media channels, what I kept talking about was what you didn't want to see are the Lone Ranger type cells kicking up, because at that time we had nothing but a squall line moving through. Now you're kind of starting to see a little bit more of a little bit of a Lone Ranger situation, and that's where you can get. So not quite to that point after the sun has set, and we hope it doesn't happen, but like supercell type situations, you can get into some pretty interesting types of weather. Whereas earlier, while the sun was still up and plenty of fuel in the atmosphere, we had just a straight line of severe weather that moved through places like Washington and Crawford and Dent counties and Franklin and whatnot. So now we're kind of getting into these little storm cells that are just kind of out and about. But for folks in Madison County, especially right now, this is what we're kind of looking at. Madison County until 9 o'clock. And it's a radar indicated rotation as of this point. So we don't have any confirmation. It's pretty much going to be up to law enforcement to some degree. There are some weather spotters in this area, not a huge amount. And it's kind of like, Kyle mentioned he was at his at other family's house. It's a holiday. A lot of family members have been in different areas than they normally would, celebrating the religious holidays, Easter, and also Jewish Passover as well. And so a lot of traveling back and forth. So hopefully, if you are driving, you are listening and not watching. Kaufman, you are in the clear as well.
Yep. Felicia Hart asking about Park Hills Farmington area. We should be in the clear now.
Yes.
Piedmont area, Sherry. That area this week. I don't know if you can zoom in on Piedmont. It looks like the bulk of that storm has already moved through Piedmont. They're probably still getting some heavy rain, just from what I can see. But it looks like they're going to pretty much be in the clear here shortly. But the warning for it is to the northeast of Piedmont. So we're looking, if you're along Highway 67 south of Fredericktown, Mark Wand area, and some other little areas, little small unincorporated towns through there, definitely be on your guard. Farmington should be good. Delilah, we do appreciate you guys tuning in and listening for sure. And we're not ignoring you. There's just a lot going on while Mr. McLean there is pushing buttons and analyzing and looking at things. Sometimes it takes us a minute just to get this going. And you're welcome, Sherry. We appreciate you listening. Delilah, Farmington, I believe you should be okay.
That storm you were talking about, a potential hail core, it is showing back a little bit of hail, but nothing too crazy to write home about. Shockingly, because I was with you. I'm like, it's showing basically half-inch hail is what the radar returns are showing right now. I'm really surprised at that. I very much, and that's an older, about a 5-7 minute old. That storm has now moved to here.
Patterson. Let's see.
I was right there with you. I'm like, that's
Patterson. I believe is right there south of Fredericktown and before Mark Wand. Am I correct with that?
Patterson is actually toward Piedmont.
Oh, it's down that way. Okay.
Yep, it is
it's
actually
further
right
down.
there.
Okay.
And it is under a
Patterson-
thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning. The warning for the tornado has been allowed to kind of push off to the east from there.
Yeah, maybe about 5, 10, 15 minutes ago, you might have wanted to be aware, but it looks like mainly just heavy rains there. You'll probably got another, I'd say, 15, 20 minutes of rain.
Max. Yeah, 15,
and then,
20 minutes max.
And then, you're probably going to be in the clear.
So for right now, we do have in our coverage area 4 tornado warnings going on. One with a confirmed, actually we may have 2. One for sure, confirmed tornado on the ground at 8:26 p.m. Confirmed tornado was located over Belleville, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. Law enforcement confirmed this tornado near Millstadt. So that is the other storm that moved and caused the tornado warning for northern St. Francis County to go into play. So again, now you understand this is why we do what we do and are really cautious about how we try to approach this. By the way, the tornado warning for northern Wayne County has just been allowed to expire. The thunderstorm warning for northern Wayne County is still underway. Don't let your guard down. The reason that I'm saying that is the reason why the tornado warning itself was allowed to expire was that the bulk of that rotation has now moved into southern Madison County and showing quite a bit of stuff going on there. And again, when I say don't let your guard down quite yet, it's not far. Probably these storms around Pocahontas, as they are moving through, not really going to be a problem for you folks in Piedmont. But once here in the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, max, you're going to be in the clear. They're going to start dropping the tornado watch boxes for Reynolds and Iron and Dent, not Dent County, my apologies, Carter County there, Dent County being up towards Salem. Carter County, they're going to start dropping that, and also for Ripley County here for Donovan. They'll start dropping those watch boxes here in the next 30 minutes or so. But for those in Poplar Bluff, I'm exercising a lot of concern because a tornado warning storm just went through Pocahontas just a very short time ago.
I would definitely be on my guard, and hopefully these storms weaken before they get to Poplar Bluff, because Lord knows that them and Dexter and Sykeston and Cape Girardeau and Advance, and they've
awful.
just been Doniphan even. They've all just been hammered within the last month or so with just weather, just one right after another, and so hopefully those will weaken. Just to catch up a little bit real quick, Delilah Davis, Miss Davis, Farmington should be good the rest of the evening, I believe, and Matt, of course, chime in if you see something different. Miss Chadbourne, we understand sometimes in those in-between areas, you don't get a whole lot of love and coverage from people, and that's not the National Weather Service's fault. They just don't have radars that sometimes pick that stuff up. But we do appreciate you listening in, and always tune in to us if we see it and we know what's going on. We'll definitely give you guys the heads up. Somebody will.
Delilah asking, how is Cape? It's an excellent question, and here's why I say that. Right now, Cape is needing, folks in Cape Girardeau, you need to be looking off into the western sky. I'm a little concerned about some of these storms that are starting to evolve a little bit just north of Doniphan and southern Wayne County. They're picking up a little bit of steam. And then we also have the tornado warnings near Pocahontas. And for folks around Poplar Bluff, Dexter, just like what Kyle was talking about, and possibly, let's say, Scott City through Sykeston, it's iffy at this point because of what's developing off to your west. So stay tuned.
Throw Charleston and probably Madrid in that as well. Lesterville and Annapolis should be good. Cape.
Delilah, not yet.
I would say not yet, Delilah. Yeah. I would tell him
having a son in Cape, that should he be in a shelter? There. So not quite
Cape,
yet on that.
Cape has an excellent weather service down there, and they are very, very good. When they had system go through there. As a matter of fact, we saw on a weather cam, it was actually a MoDOT cam, we saw a tornado going through just south of Cape, just south of the Menards there towards the Emerson Bridge, in those areas. So they have excellent coverage down there and everything. So if they see one coming or anything like that, they will certainly sound the sirens down there. I myself lived down in Cape for a little bit. They are very, very weather aware down there. So definitely need to, as I would call it, be on what I would say yellow alert. But I wouldn't necessarily go to red alert just yet. So
do have a brand new tornado warning basically near the Chester area. I'll quickly mention it. Northeastern Randolph County. This was just issued a couple moments ago. Capable of producing a tornado from over Baldwin to 5 miles north of Bremen, or along a line from 8 miles east of Red Bud to 8 miles southwest of Sparta, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar indicated tornado is what we've got going on there. But again, we've had confirmations for some of this stuff. So there's 3 active tornado warnings. It's moving out toward moving away from to the eastern part of our coverage area, and then we still have a tornado warning for Madison County right now. And to be honest with you, I'm not going to be shocked if we get another tornado warning for folks in the southern part near Butler County. Not going to be shocked at all. Now, whether or not it will be for the city of Poplar Bluff or all of Butler County to the south of there remains to be seen. But the storms are looking pretty ominous, just to put it mildly. Let me go over to the Paducah side. I think that had a pretty good way of looking at it. So we're just going to have to wait and see exactly what they do and how they do it. In fact, Little Rock has issued, I believe it's Little Rock that takes care of Walnut Ridge. If not, it would be Memphis. It is Little Rock. And so they've got some warnings there, understandably, that they're keeping a watchful eye on as well. And they've issued some near Paragould and moving toward the Kennett area. So those of you in the Missouri Boot Heel, that is a part of our coverage area. We'll monitor that for you as well. But for those in and around the St. Louis metro area, Metro, St. Louis City and County, and Metro West and Metro South, you're in the clear. It's all good. Metro East, very different story. Still have tornado warnings going on right now. Really for basically Belleville, Scott Air Force Base and the Mid-America Airport area. Zooming in just a tiny bit more here. Let's get my bearings here. O'Fallon, Fairview Heights, where are we looking at here? I'm looking for the Scott Air Force Base, Shiloh, that exit there. It's around, and it's, boy, you would think I would remember exactly where it's at. And most of the time I do. So, but for whatever reason, I'm not able to pick it out. I guess I'm just having a brain freeze moment. So apologies there. But basically along 64 there, the Shiloh, Lebanon area, O'Fallon, in the Belleville and Fairview Heights, you've got that tornado warning going on there, and near the Scott Air Force Base area as well. And probably, let's see, a little bit of stuff going on there. Yeah, showing a little bit of slowed down traffic in that area. Of course, it's understandable. It's raining. I zoomed in to see if I could get some traffic report out of there as well. We got all kinds of stuff with our radar, and I'm very thankful for it. It shows off a lot of stuff and helps us whenever we do things like this to try to provide as much information. Can we go back to the Fredericktown area? Yes, ma'am. That is exactly what I've just zoomed in on. And that is what we're talking about. Folks, in Fredericktown itself, the proper city of Fredericktown, Junction City, not under any kind of a thunderstorm or tornado warning right now. But basically, Cherokee Pass on to the south, that is where this tornado warning is at. And so if we put this into motion right now, this is not going to go through. Now, if you're on what I would call the outskirts of Fredericktown, maybe be a little bit concerned about some high winds and quite a bit of lightning. I haven't put on the lightning locator this evening, but maybe be on a little bit of concerned about that. But with regard to the area of rotation, that is going to go off to the south of you and make its way eventually on into the Marquand, Klondike area, and eventually toward Patton and Patton Junction there along Highway 72 in Bollinger County. That's the area of concern that we're looking at for Madison County. So for Madison County, Missouri, that's what we're looking at. And then again, they've dropped those tornado warnings near Pocahontas. So we'll just have to wait and see. That's a very, listen, I'll take everything we can get. Hopefully we don't get anything else that happens out of those. Maybe they're weakening, but we do still have the tornado warning there. Let me see if there's any updates. 8:19. Nope, that is the last update. So we'll just have to wait and see exactly what they plan to do with that. If they plan to update it or expand it, we'll have to wait and see. And again, we're getting back into that National Weather Service office back and forth between Paducah and St. Louis. Paducah takes care of Bollinger County. Madison is taken care of by St. Louis. Looks like we got a power outage.
Being so far away, keep in mind, folks, with St. Louis, the radar station being so far away, sometimes we don't get the most accurate look at the storm the further away from the radar that it is. So sometimes it takes a little bit of a couple of sweeps through to kind of really see what's going on. So we've mentioned it before. We'd love to get another radar station put up, say, Perryville. Or maybe even Annapolis, somewhere like that. That would
even
really
Poplar Bluff would be highly beneficial, or Winona, anything along those lines. We do have some power outages in Wayne County, so there is something going on with this storm. It's packing quite a wallop of some sort, to the extent not yet known. But they have just trimmed back the tornado warning. Remains in effect until 9 p.m. for southeastern Madison County. So at 8:39 p.m., so like right now, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Buckhorn, 12 miles south of Fredericktown, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. And this is a radar indication. This is from St. Louis. Now, don't be shocked for those of you in Perry County and Bollinger County because of the way that they are talking about the movement of this. Do not be surprised if the National Weather Service in Paducah expands on that tornado warning soon, if it holds itself together and if the strength of this storm continues as advertised, if you will. And there's a possibility it won't. But boy, there's definitely some rotation, no question. Not even a small amount of question in the mind. There's your rotation. Folks in Fredericktown, you're okay as far as any kind of thing. And I'm talking the city of Fredericktown because parts of Madison County have a Fredericktown address. So please don't get those confused. The city of Fredericktown, you're in the okay. South of Fredericktown toward Marquand, that is where the area of rotation is going on right now. We just got a little bit of a hiccup in the echo returns here. Let me see if I can get a different site. St. Louis is pretty far away, but yeah, you can still see some of the rotation going on there from the St. Louis side as well. And it's just all right there together. Folks in Marquand, and we do have an expanded tornado warning. This is going to be for Perry County and Bollinger County until 9:15. It looks like a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Marquand or 9 miles south of Fredericktown, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. It's exactly what we were just, it's literally this right here. I'm going to pop back over. Please give me the St. Louis site again. And it is not. So I've got to manually get on up there for just a moment. Forgive me. I know you're going, wait, you're taking me away from all the action. I get it, but I'm trying to get back to the St. Louis site because the Paducah one had a little bit of a hiccup there. And so the rotation that we've got going on, this is about 90 seconds old, this particular sweep. And this is what you've got going on. That's where your rotation's at. And again, a brand new update right there. This is the area. Now, technically, as I said a couple of hours ago, I'm going to draw again. The proper way to do this is, whenever you're drawing it out, is to kind of expand out a little bit, because you never know exactly what the storm is going to do. And so you always expand out a little bit, because in and around where this rotation is it can kind of move back and forth in the storm as it's moving away there. So you kind of draw out a little bit, and that's kind of how they also do the tornado warnings as well. When they draw out their polygons, they kind of expand them out a little bit sometimes toward the other end from where they initially issued them. So, yeah, folks in Marquand, I sure hope you're taking shelter right now. And for those of you, Sharia, this storm is definitely, this whole storm season has been scary. If you really want to know the truth, it's definitely been a doozy. We haven't, we always usually get a few spring storms, no question, but this has really been, there's been a lot going on this spring. It's been very active. So it's just mind-boggling sometimes. So let me see. This is 8:41. It's 2 minutes old. Here in just a moment, we're going to get a brand new update from the Paducah site, and hopefully this little spattering here, a little bit of a glitch there. The Paducah site just went down several days ago for repairs, and so they just got it back online in the nick of time. And hopefully they've got everything, giving it a swift kick in the side, so to speak, and everything's working as it should. But it gets a little bit of a spin there, or a glitch going on in its last return. We'll take a look and see. Now, for those, we're again watching folks in Poplar Bluff. Little bit of a tornado warning that has been issued just northeast of Walnut Ridge there. Here we go. Here's another echo return. Let's see if it's going to show that rotation. Sure does. Still a little bit of a glitch there, but that rotation's moved into view. Take a look at that. Not going to be shocked if there's, and Kyle, I think I still hear you there.
Yep, I'm still here.
That's among some of the stronger rotation as far as a radar return that we've seen all night tonight.
That's been about the most definite rotation that I've seen, answering Mrs. Hoke there. St. Francis County is in the clear and everything, but right now we're going to focus right here, right around Marquand there,
this
right around
between Klondike and Marquand there in Madison County, folks. If you are not in your basement or your most interior room with no windows, you are out of time. You need to be right now.
I would say Marquand. I would also say Patton Junction, Bollinger Mill, those areas right there. You need to, and Patton itself, I would say you need to seek shelter.
Yeah, let me do this. Let me do this for you. 55.
Just if anything, even if it's shown up on radar and then when it blows through, nothing happens. You just never know, especially at nighttime.
Yeah, so, Marquand, it's right on top of you. Patton, 11 minutes. North Patton, 12 minutes. Alliance, 14. Bollinger Mill, 16. Sedgwickville, about 17 minutes. Licksville, 19. Conrad's Mill, 20. Hildebrand, 22. And Millheim, 22 minutes. Somewhere in that general vicinity. This whole area, that's a very tight rotation, and it's among some of the most pronounced, and there's the latest update, and it is still very pronounced. This is amongst the tightest rotation that we have seen today on radar returns. So this is really a genuine concern. Not a lot of trained weather spotters there to be able to report back and say it's on the ground, but it's tight enough to give an area a moment of pause. That's for sure.
I would say you're at that point down there. You're almost relying on law enforcement to get that, unless there just happened to be a storm spotter who camped out down
Agreed.
that way.
Yeah, that's basically the gist of it at this point. Now, folks in Festus, Farmington, in the clear. I'm looking on a different radar site that's off camera here, if you will. Folks we do have some. Remember, we had the confirmed tornado on the ground out around the St. Genevieve area and off into Randolph County. We do now have some confirmed power outages. I'm pulling off the tornado watch box on the screen that nobody's able to see, but I want to see what's going on there in Randolph County. Yeah, about 600 customers in Randolph County without power right now so far, and that's just a brand new, fresh update, and that'll carry on as the electric companies and the power companies start making their reports in digitally speaking as well. So those of you in and around, yeah, go ahead.
Miller, somebody asking about Millersville. That's kind of to the northwest of Jackson along 72, if memory serves. And I apologize if I am wrong on that. I was wrong about Pattonville and everything earlier. Millersville, I think, is probably where the Warren thing where we're looking at. That's probably going to be okay.
It's right here. I just
there,
circled it on the screen.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get some storms. But it looks like the rotation and everything that we're really concerned with, that's why Mark Wand is going to miss them. I would say if you're in Sedgwicksville, I believe that's what that says. Sedgwicksville, yep. I would say just south of Perryville. So what would that be, like the Appleton and Old Appleton area?
Friendly Valley, Highland, Millheim, Yunt, Heitzman's Mill there along the Perry and Bollinger County line.
Beeley.
Yep. Right along Highway K and O and Highway 51 as well. Basically, parts of I-55 are under the tornado warning, and a little dash of this as you're driving out of Perryville, still probably in a portion of its city limits there as well in the northern part of that northeastern corner of that polygon.
So that'd be mile marker 129 on down to, let's see, Jackson's in the 110.
111, yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood.
So I would say if you're in that area, if you're driving in that area, or living in that area, just kind of keep an eye on the sky.
Looks like that rotation is completely moved out of, for the moment, of the Marquand area. That rotation, as of the latest sweep there, moving now into Bollinger County, right along Highway A and right on top of Highway O, between Highway A and Highway 72. So if you are in that area watching us or listening to us right now, time's up. You're out of time to take shelter. You run like now, right now in that general vicinity there. Patton, North Patton, Patton Junction, basically the Patton area there. You need to also be you need to be taking shelter. You've got a couple of minutes, and that's about all you've got before it's going to be blowing right on through there as well. And so for folks in that area, that is some of the tightest rotation that we've seen this evening and this afternoon. So that's an area of concern. And yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's going to be a law enforcement confirmation, and there's honestly not a lot of law enforcement in that neck of the woods either, for the most part.
That'll be county or state patrol.
More than likely, yes. So for sure, folks in and around Malden, Dexter, south of Poplar Bluff, towards Sykeston, Charleston. Keeping an eye on a storm in northeastern Arkansas for you. It has a thunderstorm warning and multiple power outages directly behind it being reported. We're watching it very closely for you. It is still in Arkansas, and it's got another county to go before it moves into Missouri. So watching it very cautiously as it gets a little bit closer. If it continues to show the strength that it is, we'll start focusing a little bit on that here in just a few moments as well. But for folks in and around this area, that latest sweep kind of the rotation starting to dissipate there a little bit.
Good.
Yeah, well, hopefully, I always like to see a couple of sweeps because we're just getting that little slice, and sometimes it can basically cycle and basically power on through. Got some new tornado warnings going on. We're going to call that basically outside our coverage area, east of Collinsville and O'Fallon, Oakville, Nashville, Illinois. A lot of tornado warnings. Now, guys, that is those tornado warnings. That's what blew through Farmington, Park Hills, Deloge. That's what blew through parts of Iron and Washington County earlier, and they are still prompting tornado warnings with about 2,000 power customers without power just across the river from Festus in Monroe County as well. So definitely something, be it high winds, be it whatever. We're also receiving some reports around Waterloo of power poles down. So if it wasn't a tornado, it's definitely some high winds. More power poles down as well near Hecker, Illinois, reported by Emergency Management. So yeah, there's definitely creating some problems there. Be it straight line winds or whatever the case may be. That's what's going on. Yeah, still some stuff over near the St. Francis County from earlier as well. So this is kind of what we've got going on. The tornado warnings, for the most part, have to wait and see what St. Louis does with their Madison County warning. But for those of you in and around the Madison County area, southeastern Madison County, the rotation, and yeah, that extra sweep there, you can see the rotation back again. But basically for Marquand, other than you're getting some heavy rains and obviously a strong thunderstorm, the rotation has now moved east of you. But that doesn't mean you aren't getting some high winds, and it doesn't mean that you aren't getting some strong weather at this point. But the rotation aspect has now moved east, right along Highway A as an apple, and it's moving straight for Patton and Patton Junction, and you've got seconds. This is, in fact, it is that radar return is about 90 seconds old. It's moving at 55 miles an hour. You have about 30 to 60 seconds in Patton before that's going to be sitting on top of you. Bollinger Mill, you've got about 2 to 3 minutes. Sedgwickville, same thing. Licksville, you've got about 7 to 8 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood max. And that's basically what we're looking at this particular point. And so for those of you in Patton, again, if you aren't taking shelter, you're essentially out of time. You need to be doing that right now. So for those of you in and around that area, obviously that's what we're going to keep watching here. So again, taking a look there, we're going to zoom out just a little bit, take a whole approach here. Pardon me while I put on a whole bunch of radars all at once. It's not quite as sensitive as the others, but this is the culmination of all the radars at once. We're going to put that into motion here for just a moment and take a look at these storms as they make their way through. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm going to go ahead and step away for now
Yep.
and probably head home. But I'll definitely keep an eye out. And if I see anything and need to chime in or jump in, I'll certainly do that. But anyway, I want to say thanks to everybody who listened. If you followed along on Facebook, YouTube, on the app, however it is you followed along with us, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. And we'll always do our best to give you the best coverage that we can, and try to give you enough advanced warning and make sure everybody's got a chance to get to safety or knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, we are here to serve. The tornado warning, by the way, has been dropped for Madison County. It is all
excellent.
Bollinger and Perry County at this point. The storm has moved on as well. And so a strong storm in Wayne County. And Kyle, we'll see you later. And hopefully here in the next hour, probably 30 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, we'll be going back into regular programming. But as long as there's a tornado warning on the ground, or a tornado warning, we do say wall to wall on all of our mediums and outlets to make sure that everybody has the appropriate amount of time to seek shelter and do what they need to do, as Kyle was mentioning. And Kyle, we'll see you later. Thanks so much. And Malden, yeah, that's what we're keeping a watchful eye on there, Sharia, as well. And that's, again, it's just, I'm going to zoom on down very quickly and keep that Perryville and northern Bollinger County situation in the top part of your screen. But yeah, for those of you in the Malden area, growing a little bit more concern, and not just Malden, more or less southeastern Butler County, probably possibly southern Scott County there. Dunklin. I'm just taking a look to see where the county lines are at through here, and I see them. I'm just trying to figure out where that storm might end up going. Campbell, Clarkton, Bernie, moving off toward the Sykeston area. A little bit of concern there. But for right now, this is kind of what we're looking at. For those of you in Perry and Bollinger County, it's just looking like a big old mess as far as rotation goes. See if I can get a little bit of a sitting right on top of Patton. That is 8:55, 29 seconds. So we're talking not even 60 seconds ago. That rotation is on top of Patton right now. Bollinger Mill, Sedgwickville, Licksville, it's moving toward you. No question. So if you are not in your safe zones, your safety spots, now is the time to do it. You've got mere minutes. Bollinger Mill, you've got three minutes, 4 minutes max. Not much at all there. And for those of you elsewhere, let me zoom out on a different screen here. I do want to keep a watch fly on what's going on toward the Boot Heel of Missouri, Poplar Bluff, Sykeston, the southeast, that part of southeast Missouri, and keep that and my sights on a different screen here, just off camera. And you're very welcome, Amber. Very, very happy to have you along through there and all of those things. So. Yeah, so it has definitely been a very interesting night, to put it mildly, and so that is an understatement of the day, and a very interesting afternoon, to put it mildly. So we have been on the air for about 2.5 hours, and the voice is still holding out, so I'm kind of happy with that, at least. And so we are looking at a tornado warning that has just been pared back a touch. Let's see what we've got. Still radar indicated. For northeastern Bollinger and south central Perry counties. At 8:56, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Patton, or 15 miles southwest of Perryville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation, again, Alliance at around 9 p.m., basically right now. And so that is, you are basically out of time in and around that area. So this is starting to, what was earlier very tight rotation, starting to not show quite as much rotation in and around what we're talking about here. It's a little bit more spread, a little bit loose, not quite as intense as it was. So the hope is that, and again, as a radar return goes through, it's just capturing a slice. It can miss a rotation, as it's capturing that slice. So it's always good to see 2 or 3 rotations of the statute sweep go through and kind of see what you got going on there with the different types of storms that are going through. And then after that, once you get a little bit of consistency, you start to breathe a little bit easier. But just not even 10 minutes ago, a slice of the statute sweep there as it went through, the rotation kind of went away, and then all of a sudden it picked back up again. So we're going to watch that. We're going to see exactly what happens on that area. And for those of you south of Poplar Bluff and the Malden, Dexter, Sykeston, probably toward Charleston, it is an area of concern that we're going to monitor very carefully in the coming next several minutes and see what we got going on. Those of you in Metro East, actually it's even moving out of to almost completely out of Metro East and just more into South Central Illinois. And that is outside a different Pocahontas, Illinois, and Nashville, Illinois. That is outside of our listing area there. It's in Washington County, Illinois, and we don't necessarily cover them a whole lot for all intents and purposes. And yeah, we got some rotation. I even zoomed out, I can see it's that brand new update, and there's still some rotation there. It's not as strong as it was, but it's definitely still there. So we're going to stay right here until we absolutely need to, until it's over, until the warnings are allowed to expire. I can tell you this: if that tornado warning is allowed to expire And I suspect at this point, because of the way, we're dealing at 2 and 3 sweeps through in that slice there on the radar, I think we're probably going to hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll see that warning be allowed to expire in its natural state at the end of its expiration time frame there. And if that's the case, we will go back to regular programming on the areas there. Those of you in southern Illinois, east of Cape Girardeau, not a whole lot that you're going to have to worry about tonight. You might get some rumbles of thunder in and around the Paducah area. That's outside of our area, but I know we got folks that watch and stuff whenever we do severe weather coverage. And so there may be some rumbles of thunder. The atmosphere, because of the sun setting, it has a little less fuel in it than it did a few hours ago. So the hope is that these storms are just going to start running out of fuel and maybe a little thunder, a little bit of lightning, but it's April. That's nothing abnormal for this time of year, and nothing too severe. And the rain is appreciated when we haven't already had 15, 20 inches of rain in some places, which we have already had, and we still have flooding going on across a large chunk of our coverage area for Show Me Live and beyond. So at this particular point, no extra rain at the moment is really welcome, Dream, but here it comes anyway. For those of you in and around northern Bollinger County, southeastern Perry County, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. I'm just not seeing. I'm not overly impressed with any kind of what we're seeing here, and by that I just simply mean I'm not seeing a huge amount of rotation. That is a tightly wound situation. It's not that it can't be there. Of course it can. It's very possible that it can, but it's not a huge, well-defined anything like it was a little bit earlier. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it's just kind of fizzling out, as we would like to say, and maybe we can get back to our regularly scheduled programming here just shortly. So we're gonna have to wait and see whether or not the Paducah office allows that warning to expire. I will just. And I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. So those of you, just to the east, we're talking about northern Cape County and southeastern Perry County. Be on the lookout. The Weather Service, sometimes they have tools and other aspects that those of us out in this area of the world do not have. And they can see things differently than even meteorologists on TV can, because of the scopes and the different types of tools that they can use inside the National Weather Service office. So it's entirely possible that they could extend that warning into other parts where it currently isn't at. Seen it earlier this year. We thought that they would be fizzling out, and nope, we had a brand new warning issued. So it can happen. So it's not to let your guard down quite yet until the all clear is given by the folks that issue the warnings. But for what we can see, there's just not a massive amount of rotation. It's a little bit. Not a huge amount of rotation, not anything massive to write home about. And then we got a brand new, right around the Sedgwickville area. There's still some rotation going on. I'm going to circle that for those of you watching. Take a look here between Bollinger Mill and Sedgwickville. There's some rotation going on there. That latest update, it's not highly pronounced. It's pretty weak. But they may extend that tornado warning off into basically northern Cape Girardeau County and southeastern Perry County. It is not impossible. Well, we're gonna wait and see what they do here. It's not impossible. They may also just allow it to expire or pronounce a thunderstorm warning. We're just going to have to wait and see what they do at this point. So those of you in the Boot Heel, what site do I need to pull radar from? For those of you, let's do the Memphis site. And that is a very tough looking storm. Those of you in and around the Boot Heel of Missouri, I just basically east of Piggott, Arkansas there, Campbell, Clarkton, Malden, Bernie, New Madrid. That's a mean looking storm. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just a downright mean looking storm. And so that's something that we're going to watch for the Boot Heel. So far, they have the National Weather Service office. Would this be Little Rock or Memphis? This is Memphis. They have not issued a tornado warning, but it's kind of ominous looking for just a tornado warning. And it's showing some rotation as well. And it does have a tornado possible signature to it. It's got a signature attached to it for tornado possible. So they are seeing rotation with this that could prompt a tornado warning. Those of you in the Boot Heel of Missouri, possibly as far, how do I say this? As far north as southeastern Butler County, and even to southern Scott County may be seeing something. We're going to have to watch that very cautiously. But that's a pretty ominous looking storm. Getting back over to the Paducah site, getting back over here to our other tornado warning near Sedgwickville. Let's see, we've had a couple of sweeps since then. Some rotation. Yeah, there's rotation there. It's probably a safe bet, and it's not a huge amount of rotation, but it might be enough for them to expand that warning. Where it's approaching the wall of that particular tornado warning right now. So we're going to wait and see momentarily if they continue on with that other aspect as well. So that being said, we are almost at a point where if they drop this warning and they don't expand and send anything else toward Perry County or Northern Cape County, we will probably end up going back to regular programming if a tornado warning is issued for the Missouri Boot Heel, Poplar Bluff, Dexter, Sikeston, or basically Butler County at this point, not necessarily Poplar Bluff itself. We'll, of course, pop back on the air and let you know kind of what's going on with all of that. I definitely would not be shocked, if I were you, in Malden, as well as Campbell and Clarkton and Bernie, Parma, and Matthews, right along I-55 there. I would expect a thunderstorm warning of some sort for this particular storm because it's pretty ornery looking, and it's got a tornado possible signature on there. So, all right. So those of you joining us, hi. My name is Matt McLean, and we are on Show Me Live, and they have extended that tornado warning. Not in the last couple of sweeps. That doesn't shock me a whole lot. So Jackson County, Perry County, and Cape Girardeau County, Jackson in southern Illinois, Perry and Cape in southeastern Missouri until 9:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Alliance or 11 miles south of Perryville, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is radar indicated. So Daisy, Altenburg, Grand Tower, this Daisy at 9:10. Right now it's on top of you, as well as Altenburg. It's going to be around 9:20 and 25 minutes after 9 o'clock for Grand Tower. That's what we're looking at here currently. So what I was hopeful for, but we did not get, which was a discontinuation. But honestly, with the situation at hand, that what we were seeing in the past sweep or two, yeah, there was still some rotation going on there, and you can't blame anybody for exercising caution there. And so, yeah, for those of you in and around that area, we do have a tornado warning now for northern Cape Girardeau, southern and southeastern Perry County, and then again on into Jackson County. Now, recognizing Jackson County has Carbondale and Murfreesboro. For right now, the warning does not include Carbondale or Murfreesboro, but it does include Sand Ridge and Grimsby and Crane and Rattle and Gorham. Carbondale is kind of that edge of our coverage area, and so we just kind of let it go after that. But nevertheless, this is kind of what we've got going on. So we do have a tornado warning now that has been issued for Perry and Cape counties in southeast Missouri, and a little bit of Jackson County in southwestern Illinois. The rotation it is there, but it is not highly prominent. Really difficult to see. But the Weather Service feels that they know best. They really genuinely do. So we just kind of, right over the Alliance area. I mean, there's definitely some pretty good sized winds, 40, 35. That's what the National Weather Service office in Paducah, their website, or excuse me, their radar is showing. it's, it is one of those things where you kind of wonder, they're able to see something that is very difficult for the rest of us to, I think, see at this point. But it's not that it isn't entirely there. I mean, we picked it out earlier. It's just not hugely pronounced. And so it is one of those things where at the very least, if it's going to be there, you're probably talking about, a little bit of a rain wrap situation, and it's after dark. But nevertheless, you've got a lot of rotation going on that they are seeing, they are concerned about. And you almost kind of wonder, a little bit of a hook there. You almost kind of wonder if what they're talking about there, or on the back side of the storm, and that may be exactly 9:09, so that's 2 minutes old. And this is in agreement with that. So there's about 20 seconds difference. No, it's not going to let me do that. Okay, so right there. It's not a huge amount of rotation that's very discernible, but they are picking up on something. I mean, there's a little bit of a dot right there. But it's very, very, it is not something that is not something to hugely write home about. But they have gone ahead and expanded that. We do have a thunderstorm warning for you folks in Malden. Again, not at all shocked about that. Let's go ahead and get to that. It does carry a tornado possible signature. So we may not, for those of you in Dunklin County, this is a thunderstorm warning until 10 p.m. Radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is still on the Arkansas side. McDougall, 9 miles northwest of Rector, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. Again, radar indicated there's some rotation going on with that, but they don't feel, I guess. And we have a brand new thunderstorm warning. Take a look at that. Brand new thunderstorm warning right here. And this also has a tornado possible signature tag on there. So I kept thinking we would go out of back into regular programming. Like I said, there have been times where we've been wrong on that, and this is looking like one of those times. We stand corrected. Southern Bullinger, southeastern Wayne County, and north central Stoddard County until 9:45. This is a thunderstorm located near Shook, or 12 miles northeast of Lake Wapapello State Park, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, radar indicated as well. But again, a tornado possible signature on this as well. So there's some spin-ups here. Boy, I was really hoping that we were going to calm things down just a touch here. So basically, those of you just to the east of Greenville along Highway E, your Lowndes and Hiram, McGee, Buchanan, and Gypsy, this is moving basically towards Zalma, Han, Huxley, Dongola, Arab, as well as toward Marble Hill. That is moving in your general direction, and this has a tornado possible signature on it. So it is possible. For those in Malden, you're like, it's not even raining. I don't understand. Yeah, it's because of this storm that we have been watching and watching and watching. And it has really provided an awful lot of power outages in and around where the storm has already blown through, like Walnut Ridge and Pocahontas area as well. So excuse me. So yeah, we're still here, and we are still going to keep with it. I can tell you that once the tornado warnings are allowed to expire, we'll keep it here on the video side. So your YouTube, Facebook, all of that. On the radio side, we'll go ahead, once the tornado warnings have been lifted, we'll toss that back to regular programming on that side, but keep it right here on the video and keep going just a little bit longer as of this point. But right now we got a few minutes to spare before any of this goes on. They've gone ahead and lifted. It stopped flashing on this screen. They've lifted that tornado warning. There it goes. I just needed to get it off the screen for a second, and it popped up. So they've canceled and/or allowed to expire the tornado warning for the Sedgwickville area, so northern Bollinger County, because it's moved out of the area. And so basically south of Perryville, right along I-55 is where this area of rotation is currently at. And again, it's not anything to write home about. And what I mean by that is the radar is not showing just an excellent area of rotation that's super easy to pick out. It is, let's see, that is 909. Oh, that's 6 minutes old. We don't want that. Let's see if we can get, all right, this is a couple minutes old. That is, and again, nothing huge that kind of jumps out at you and makes you go, oh, there it is. Now, that being said, you're kind of going, wait a second, man, look at this area. Your eyes are blind. Well, that's a very large, that would not be a tornado. If it is, it would hold the world record of, that would be a massive thing. So there's an area of rotation, some weakness, a little bit of a spin up in the atmosphere, but that entire thing would not be the tornado. Okay. So and we're allowing this sweep to go by, and maybe we'll see something a little bit more clearly here. What you kind of want, as crazy as this sounds, if you're going to have any kind of a rotation, and that's just moved, and you're looking for that green and red mixture, it needs to be a little bit tighter like this. They have not, this is a tornado signature thunderstorm warning, which just means they're seeing rotation, but not yet strong enough to issue a tornado warning. Here, I will openly admit, they've issued the warning. We are seeing indications of potential, but it's not anything that is super well pronounced, nothing super tight, right? There's some rotation there. It's definitely there, but it's not anything. And this is just one of those things. It's still showing as radar indicated. Nobody's confirmed it. No law enforcement, anything like that. But it is definitely there. This, again, it's kind of one of those things where we're watching it very cautiously. It is moving out of Wayne County and toward Zalma in southern Bollinger County. And so that is what you're watching very cautiously as it's going to be making its way eventually toward Cape Girardeau and Jackson. I'm telling you, everybody across southeast Missouri and southern Illinois has been hit hard this year and beyond. Places like western Kentucky have too. It's been a very active, severe weather season, no question. But yeah, this is just a very unique. I am thoroughly. It has to be this right here that they're talking about. It just has to be. But there's a large area there that the radar. And here, I'm going to let this sweep through one more time. And if it's still showing a large area, I'm going to flip that over to the St. Louis radar and see if it is able to see anything a little bit better. Not really. That's Evansville radar is probably, it's too far. Back over here we go. Nope. To Paducah. Nope. Memphis is way too far. Yeah, it's just, I can't for the life of me. It's got to be this little notch. But you know that whenever you're struggling to find rotation, you genuinely hope that that's a good thing. You genuinely do. Could there be a tornado on the ground here? Yeah, that's why there's a tornado warning on there. But if it is, it's rain wrapped or very close to it, and it's also after dark. But the key of the matter is, folks in Old Appleton, Longtown, it's on top of you right now. Brazou, Farr and Frona, Altenburg, Starland, Grand Tower. I don't think I pronounced Brazou. I don't think I pronounced that correctly. Gorham, Jacob over on the other side of the river there into Illinois. Apologies if I did not pronounce that correctly. But for those of you in that area right now, if there is a tornado on the ground, and it's not impossible, it's moving straight for you at this point. It is an area of concern. So there's a lot more what seemingly obvious rotation. Let this, and even on the rotation, on the radar returns, you can kind of see a little squiggly, a little notch right here, and right there. And I messed that up, so let me undo that. Right here, that little notch area. It is a tornado signature on this. And it's just as easy to see the rotation there. Very easy. And that's a thunderstorm warning. Here, tornado warning. A little bit more difficult, not impossible. But the radar, the Weather Service must be seeing something there that has them gravely concerned enough to issue a tornado warning. And it has to be, it's either, no, I don't think it's there. It's got to be this one little area, this little inflow. And that would make sense. I mean, you've got a little bit of an inflow going on here, right? So this is why the returns are kind of red to green. You've got a little bit of an inflow. Pardon my bad drawing there, because I've been on the air for a few minutes. But you've got a little bit of an inflow situation going on. And then you've got kind of the wind blowing back out. Trying to draw there, not so great. And that's creating a little bit of a notch or a wind flow there. But it's not anything huge. Still showing radar indicated. It has updated again. But it is there. Just a little bit there. It is not impossible that there could be something on the ground there. But I'm telling you, yeah, and see, this is, let me go over. I mean, there's some definite something going on there. Tornado possible signature on that. Folks in Zalma and Hahn and Huxley and toward Marble Hill, listen, you're under a thunderstorm warning. But there's enough rotation there. Honestly, it's becoming very obvious that there's some loose base rotation there. You really need to be very weather aware at this point for the next several minutes, because it's just something that I genuinely have a touch of concern about right now. And it really looks pretty ominous on the screens as well. And what is moving into the boot heel of Missouri is also showing a tornado signature tag on the thunderstorm warning. So we do have some rotation even in the thunderstorm warned storms as of this point. But that one that is moving out of has moved out of the Wayne County east of Greenville and is now on Zalma. That is a mean looking storm right now. And those in Zalma, Marble Hill, Sank, Dongola Drum. Honestly, if I were in your shoes, I would seek shelter at this particular point. If I saw that on the radar, tornado warning or not, if I saw that, I would. What's it going to hurt? So you go take shelter and nothing happens? Well, that's kind of the hope. That's what you always hope is going to happen. If I were in your shoes, as ominous as that is really looking at this point, yeah, if I were in your shoes, I would be seeking shelter, because I just don't like the way that looks at all. This little notch right here, and let me go back to 2D so that you can see what I'm talking about there. This, I just don't like that. It does not look good at all. And again, it has some rotation in there, enough for them to give it a tornado tag onto the thunderstorm warning. So it's just one of those things. So this is until 9:45. They haven't updated that warning since 9:07, so we're going to have to wait and see what they do there with the National Weather Service in Paducah. Great folks and really at all the National Weather Service offices. They do a fantastic job. Genuinely, they do. And so we're very thankful for them. But, yeah, it's just one of those things. Those of you in the old Appleton area, Altenburg, Frona, 76. If I've mispronounced Brazil, I'm terribly sorry about that. For our and Loyenbach Landing and Grand Tower, this is an area where you're going to need to be seeking shelter right now. I think we've got a brand new sweep coming in. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I don't often go silent whenever we're on the air, because silence, you're always taught in broadcasting, that's a very bad thing. But when you just really kind of want to look at that. That's about 3 minutes old. That's about 3 minutes old. Not a huge amount. It's there. It's possible. Little notches. It's possible. But it's not a huge amount. It's just... But down here, it is... Like I said, it's something that I would definitely take under advisement The worst thing that can happen is, the best thing that can happen is nothing happens. You take shelter and nothing happens. If that were me and that storm were on top of me, and let's say it was moving over the studio that I'm broadcasting from right now, I wouldn't be taking my chances. I would be moving into a different, safer area than where I'm sitting in right now. And that's just me personally. That's what I would do. And it can't hurt. The best case scenario is nothing happens, and that's what you hope for no matter what kind of warning you're sitting under. But the fact of the matter is that storm is really concerning. And this one, it has a few notches. If it is a tornado, it is a rain-wrapped tornado in this. It would have to be in for northern Cape Girardeau County and southeastern Perry County and toward Jackson County, Illinois. This one would have to be a rain-wrapped tornado in order for it to make any sense by what we are seeing on radar returns. There's nothing there to highly indicate, yes, there's a massive area of rotation. It's just not there. And so the key of the matter is we're not able to see a huge amount of rotation from the St. Louis site either. It's not anything that's hugely prevalent. Maybe around that area right there, or possibly this little notch or infill right there might be a possibility. This is from the St. Louis site. I'm going to go back to Paducah, which sees things a little bit differently. And it's just if it's there, it's really not it's not a hugely pronounced situation, but that doesn't mean that it can't be there. Fortunately, all the tornado warnings in Illinois have been allowed to expire that we were covering when they went through Farmington and Washington County and Iron County. They're down to thunderstorm warnings, and that's the hope, that these storms will fizzle out as we make our way throughout the evening, because the sun has now set. And what you really cross your fingers for this time of year and hope is that because the sun has set, the energy is running out and these storms don't have much to work with. And so therefore they kind of fizzle out a little bit and they stop strengthening in intensity. So the hope for that is that we can get something going on there. Yeah, I just really surprised. A tornado possible tag on this thunderstorm warning. I thoroughly am surprised that they have not issued a tornado warning on that, and they're trimming it back. So, and it's still showing a tornado possible, but let's see what the latest update is. Severe thunderstorm was located near Grassy or 7 miles south of Marble Hill, moving to the northeast at 50. Expect damage to roofs, siding, trees, Zalma, Marble Hill, Leopold, Grassy, and Glen Allen. And a tornado watch remains in effect. Remain alert for a possible tornado. They can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. I mean, they're putting out the appropriate warnings. It's just that the rotation, or what is showing as a potential, it's not quite as pronounced as it was, but it's certainly there are little tiny notches that could possibly indicate where the wind is kind of being sucked in there just a touch. And so, like I said, if it's there, there's a good chance that thing is rain wrapped. And if it is raining super hard, you won't even be able to necessarily hear it. So that's what you want to keep a watchful eye on with every aspect there. Once this particular warning, I'm going to say it again and hope I don't jinx myself, but once this particular warning, if this tornado warning is allowed to expire, nothing else issued, we will go back to regular programming on Show Me Live. Here on the video side, we'll keep it here for a bit and see kind of what happens. Now, if all the warnings are allowed to expire, we'll go ahead and call it a day. But because we don't expect folks in Western Kentucky, there's maybe a rumble of thunder or two, but there's not anything hugely expected for severe weather in and around the Paducah area. So that is what we are looking for. So those of you, I'm really impressed at the longevity of this tornado warning for the Perry County, northern Cape Girardeau, that particular area there. Malden, you are still under that tornado warning, and quite honestly, they gave you so much time, and that's a good thing. But the storm itself, let me move over to the Memphis site so I can get a little bit of a better eyeball. The storm itself is actually just moving at the edge of it toward Campbell. And so the bulk of that storm is about to leave out of Arkansas, just in the north there of Piggott along U.S. Highway 62. Yes, the same U.S. Highway 62 that goes through Paducah and so on and so forth. That is, yeah, I mean, that is an area there. But man, this storm, I'm telling you what, this storm there in Bollinger County, she's a doozy. And I will say that they are paring back. Okay, what do we have now? Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Altenburg, or 13 miles east of Perryville, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. The dangerous storm will be near Altenburg and Grand Tower at around 9:35. So it is the area will be around Altenburg. All right, let's see what we got here. Give me back my controls, please, Mr. Computer. And I think the radar is getting a little touch on the tired side. All right, so let me, that's, well, give me just a moment here. There we go. Now I got my controls again. Apologies on that. Radars, we've been broadcasting for over 3 hours, and it's tired. So I guess, so around the Altenburg area. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's around the Altenburg area, around the Grand Tower area, it's basically off just a tiny bit north. It is possible, and these guys know their stuff. It is possible. That they have done so. This doggone thing just looks, you've definitely got some hail. You've definitely got some stuff going on there. At least potentially some hail. Let's go over to now what do we got going up here? We've got yeah, that would do it. That must be what they are seeing. For those of you listening right now, you're going, what are you talking about? If you look just north of Altenburg, and if you're driving, please just keep listening. I'll do my best to paint my picture with words here. But basically, you're looking at an area by radar returns that's kind of showing a little bit of a calm area in where what you would expect to be a little bit of a circulation, which it's not impossible. And again, that's a loosely based situation. It's not anything to write home about. But it's possible that particular area is creating a little inflow and a little bit of a rotation. It is possible. Here we go again. Let's see what we got here. They feel pretty confident of that, and I mean they are usually 100% right. So we're just going to kind of go with it, and that's basically what we're looking at. Is just this general vicinity right here. I'm going to broadly paint the brush, even though I do think that the main area is basically right there. I do think that. But could it be right here? It sure could. It's not impossible that it could be any one of those spots. So I tell you what, here's what we're going to do. Excuse me. We are going to allow folks who are on Show Me Live, the radio app, we're going to send you back to regular programming, already in progress, here on Show Me Live. For those of you watching on our social medias, our YouTube channel and everything, we're going to keep it right here for just a little bit. Those of you on Show Me Live, we're going to send it back to regular programming, already in progress. I'm Matt McLean. Have a great evening. All right, so that has allowed us to, I'm going to keep it where I can take over the station again, just in case we need to. But those of you here on social media side, we're right here. We're not going anywhere right now. But for right now, I feel pretty good about the fact that I think, and we're also not getting any huge confirmations of power outages either. And that doesn't always mean a whole lot. There could be some, and it's just not showing up on this radar quite yet. Nevertheless, we're going to keep it right here for a little bit, and just kind of go from there. Bear with me for just a moment here. I need to get, make sure that we get the radio station. There we go. All right, got the radio station where we needed to go. And the National Weather Service has issued yet again another tornado warning. They are genuinely seeing quite a bit there, and they're usually always right. So we'll stick with them. But that is going to more or less go outside the listening area of Show Me Live. But folks in Carbondale and Murfreesboro, Sand Ridge, DeSoto, Illinois, not Missouri, Pomona, this area right here is the main area of concern. So it almost looks as if what we keep circling and what appears to be potentially is the area that they are so concerned about. And it is showing just a little spot there where it's just kind of calm winds. It's really tough to pinpoint, I got to tell you. But they are convinced, and I would not count them as people who don't know what they absolutely know what they're doing. No question about it. So we're going to keep with it here on Show Me Live's social media channels and Show Me Live's YouTube channel. You can stream that on TV. You can do whatever you want on the YouTube side. Some TVs even allow the Facebook stream to be streamed as well. But you're able to go do all of those particular things as well. So let's get over here. Let's get back over here. It's definitely a strong storm, no question. And this thing could be a rain wrap situation where it's really tough to tell. And so we're just going to keep a watchful eye on this. We're going to listen to everything that they say and pass along any information. This is until 10:15. And it looks like located near Grand Tower, again, 11 miles southwest of Murfreesboro, moving to the northeast at 45. So those of you at SIU Carbondale, this is going to be moving in your direction. So in the dorms and whatnot, if you happen to be watching us, you're going to want to really kind of get into wherever it is your designated storm shelters are inside those dorms, and basically the rest of Carbondale as well as Murfreesboro and Sand Ridge. And basically all points in between there, because you've got Highway 13 there that kind of, it's Carterville and Marion and Carbondale and Murfreesboro all in one. That's the urban core, if you will, right along through there, as well as the airport out there in the Marion area. So, yeah, it's just kind of one of those things. So this particular warning, the storm is beginning to move into Cape Girardeau County. The question is, will they expand that warning or not? And it sure does look strong enough where they might, but we're about to find out. It still has that tornado possible signature on it. So does the one in Malden. And so, yeah, this is what we're looking at right now. They have expanded that thunderstorm warning. Brand new. This is for Cape Girardeau County in southeast Missouri until 10:30. Severe thunderstorm capable, located near Grassy or 11 miles southwest of Marble Hill, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. And again, this still has a tornado possible tag associated to it. So it is still showing some rotation. I promise I'm not just saying things or seeing things that really aren't there. The warnings themselves have a tornado signature threat attached to them. There is some rotation, but it could be up in the atmosphere high enough where it's not warranted to change it over to a tornado warning. It could be a whole myriad of reasons for that. And so that's what you want to really that's what the National Weather Service is for. They help disseminate. It's their radar system that everyone uses. It doesn't matter if it's a storm chaser, if it's a TV station. The radars are very few independent radars nowadays. You do have some in Florida and along the coastal areas because of hurricanes. A lot of the TV stations still have their own radars there. Most everybody else across the country has done away with their own independent radars many years ago. And so everybody uses the same ones, which is the National Weather Service radars. And so that's kind of what's going on with this. So they have all the tools of that radar and complete control over it. They can see things sometimes that we can't. And so, I mean, there's definitely an area of rotation, but it just must not be close enough, meteorologically speaking, if you will, toward the ground for them to update that to a tornado warning at this time. This one, on the other hand, it is an absolute doozy that is difficult to see. And it is there. There's some rotation. There's no question that there's some rotation, but it is not the most pronounced thing that you can just blindly see. You really have to look for it, and you really have to try to figure it all out. Like, where in the world am I seeing this, right? And so there are little notches and little spots that it could potentially be. Right here, for example, it could, in all reality, also be here. I've seen stuff develop before in other storms toward the bottom of the storm. But right there it is where it genuinely seems to be, I think, the most possibility there. And this is moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. And if that is right, and that's what you're looking at. Mount Carbon 10 minutes, Poplar Ridge in 5, Carbondale in 16, Reed's Station in 21, Crab Orchard Estate in 21, Cambria 24, Blairsville, Carterville, Dumaine 25, 26, and 27 minutes respectively. If that is what we're talking about here, it is certainly possible that is what we're talking about here. So we're just going to keep a watchful eye on that. Let me discontinue that. Pardon me. There we go. And again, watching for Malden, watching for Cape Girardeau County as well. Any one of these could easily be upgraded to a tornado warning at any given moment. And it's because of the fact that we have that rotation that they are keeping a watchful eye on. If it dips down a little bit in altitude, gets a little bit more scary looking and ominous looking on the radar site, it could flip over and they could upgrade that to a tornado warning in a heartbeat, okay? Because they do have a signature tornado possible tag on these particular storms, both in the boot heel, the Weather Service in Memphis and the National Weather Service in Paducah for the Jackson Cape Girardeau thunderstorm warning. And it just has an ominous look to it. This one, it's, again, still possible. Not receiving so far any reports that are showing up on the radar site. Nothing that is showing that would provide truth to ground. Like over here, for example, prime example, 60 mile an hour winds in Farmington. This was earlier this evening. You've got power lines down, emergency management reporting. Well, so far, even out of Perry County, nothing reported that would indicate that these things are producing anything other than probably some high winds that maybe, but there's still enough rotation there for them to put a tornado warning on it. This one, again, it just looks like what it looks like, I guess. Best way that I know how to describe it, and it's definitely got some stuff going on there with rotation. and they are seeing it. They've properly marked it with the tornado tag on that thunderstorm warning. But wow, looks awfully ominous. So for those of you in and around the Carbondale area, we are monitoring that tornado warning. By the way, for those of you in Perry County, it's been allowed to expire. So as of this moment, there are no counties in Missouri under a tornado warning as of this moment. And there's only 2 counties under thunderstorm warnings in this moment. They happen to both be in our listing or our coverage area. So that's what we've kind of got going on. The tornado warning that is it's at the fringe or the edge of our coverage area there for you folks in Murfreesboro and Carbondale. We don't do a lot with Jackson County. We know that you've got your own media outlets there and probably your favorite media outlets, but we're always here to provide any information that we can for you. But as it moves toward Heron, toward West Frankfort, we usually don't keep it unless it's just out of sheer human feature, human interest, that kind of a thing. So I keep looking at this storm in the Cape Girardeau County, and it just has all the classic signs that there's some pretty good dust up of rotation going on there. It's loosely based. It's not anything that's super tight rotation that would indicate. It's showing rotation, and again, it is properly marked to indicate that. But boy, you look at the returns, and it's like, holy moly. If you didn't know how to read a radar, you would look at that. Of course, it just updated and it all disappeared. But that one little area there, it's like, oh my goodness, I've seen that before, and they've always had a tornado. Listen, I understand that, but you got a lot of different ways that you can open up a radar and kind of dissect storms out, and so that's the key. Yeah, we're watching it, little notch area right there, and possibly, but again, it's too loosely based to have a whole lot there. What you've got here, however, it's tough. It is tough, but it is possible. Now, here's the interesting part. This area does have trained weather spotters, several. So the key that I kind of wonder is, will there be any truth to the radar returns at this point? Because it is super tough. Have they updated this at all? Let's see. 9:36. Nope, that is the latest one. So they haven't updated it in about 10 or 15 minutes. There's just not the rotation. If you know what to look for, you're going to find it. But it's not easy to find. It is definitely not super well defined. But it is there. It's just not easy to find at all. But there is definitely some rotation there. It's just not easy. Again, over here, it's very loose, but there's also rotation there. These storms, a little bit of rotation there too. It's still got a tornado possible threat tag on it. And there's some power outages. You got power outages in Bollinger County, power outages in Wayne County. One storm after another. You got power outages from earlier storms, a couple thousand people in Monroe County, Illinois. And while it's not showing on this map, you've got some power outages in St. Francis County as well, because right here and right here, there are power lines being reported down. So obviously there's no power in those spots. But that just for whatever reason, it's not showing up very well on that. So yeah, that's the key that we're looking at here as to exactly what is going to, we're going to let this sweep go by onto all 3 storms. See what happens here. Thanks for hanging with us. Certainly appreciate it. It's very unique and interesting. We've been doing this for a while now. I've been doing broadcasting since 1999, and so this is old hat for me. And I do. I have always loved broadcasting. So. And I've done severe weather coverage since about 1999 as well, for a good chunk at places like southeast Missouri and western Kentucky and southern Illinois, but also places like Tampa. Covered a few hurricanes. Chicago covered a tornado warning once in downtown Chicago, right on the air. That was crazy. And so I've done a few things there, all the way through. So they have pared down that thunderstorm warning for the Malden area, and it's just going to be one of those things. Hopefully, it's fizzling out. We hope. You've got some thunderstorm activity around Poplar Bluff. Nothing huge, nothing to write home about. And I wonder if they've got that facing Stoddard County Emergency Management. No, you can't really see anything there. Let me get to this one. Just a lot of rain. Can't see much. And so that's kind of the gist of it all. I tell you what we will do. I'm going to leave it here. And they have paired, you know what? Hang on. Severe thunderstorm. This is 9:51. Well, what do you know? We have a brand new tornado watch that has just been issued. Bear with me. I'm going to pop it up on the screen here. So we have a very funky, F-U-N-K-Y, funky tornado watch box that has just gone into place here. Places like for Ballard County, that watch box expires in 1 hour and 8 minutes. This was not expected. I do want to tell you. Paducah, Mayfield, on into the Lakes area, a tornado watch box was not totally expected, but we do have one now. And so we've got a tornado watch box in effect for, I wish the radar sites would not be popping on like that, but here we are. So we've got an expanded or an issuance of the tornado watch box. So the Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. Let me pop open the information here. That's not going to give me any discussion whatsoever. Probabilities. It's about a 30% chance. That's a moderate. If you get up to like 45%, that's basically the equivalent of 100%. And I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's there. You don't ever get to 100% on these types of things. You get like little hatch marks, which can indicate other aspects. It's a low chance of an EF2 to EF5 tornado risk for Western Kentucky and portions of Southern Illinois that were not under a tornado watch already. They've just gone ahead and issued one. And then some wind threats. So a good moderate risk for some overall wind threat as well. Anything over 75 miles an hour, it's about a 10% chance. So it's not impossible. And again, the probabilities, when you have a moderate, it's like 30%. That's nothing. But you basically max out at like 45%. Okay. And there's a lot of, I'm not going to go into all the details. I could. Basically, it's like a 45% chance within a certain amount of miles of where you're standing that you're going to have some kind of a possible tornado, whatever the case may be. That would basically be there's a 100% chance of tornadoes. So many other things that I could throw out there. It's garbly goop at this point in time, especially since I've been on the air for 3.5 hours. But there's just some probabilities there. It's a moderate risk. I am surprised by that. A lot more surprised. I'm actually very surprised, to be honest with you, that they have extended that. Even though I guess it is about 76, I'm in Paducah right now. There's about 76, 77 degrees. So I am very surprised by that all the way through. Some power outages now being reported in Bollinger County. And because I got the tornado watch box on there, I can't access that. So give me and I'll tell you just a second here. There we go. About 169 customers, give or take. thoroughly impressed that that tornado watch has been activated. I very impressed at that. I was that one I was not expecting. You know, you might as well be honest about those things, right? I was not expecting that, and it's in effect until 4 a.m. But as these storms move through, they'll get rid of it, just like they have behind it. So 4 a.m. might be a bit of a misnomer. The good news. Okay, here we go. And this is definitely moving toward outside of our area. But for those in West Frankfort and Ziegler or Ziegler, I should say, and Christopher and Heron and Johnston City, a thunderstorm warning, fingers crossed, that is now replacing the tornado warning. That is the hope anyway, because again, that rotation is just is what it is, as in almost non-existent. So the hope, at least by the naked eye, that could mean a rain-wrapped tornado, but fingers crossed that thunderstorm warning is going to replace. I wonder if there's a considerable threat tag. Sure is. Considerable. There's a tornado threat tag onto that tornado, that thunderstorm warning. So the hope there is, and by that, when I say hope, the hope is that the storm is calming down enough to where it's lowering the threshold where a tornado warning is no longer needed, but to be on standby because it may re-intensify and basically cycle and get a little bit stronger again. So now this particular storm, and there we go, folks in Malden, you're in the clear. That thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire, and nothing else is going to create that warning as of right now. So see, hopefully things are getting a little bit better. And even the storm in Cape Girardeau County is looking a little bit more well-behaved compared to what it was earlier. Let's see if we've got 9:39. Nope, it hasn't been updated in a hot minute. Still has that tornado possible threat tag on there. Still identifying a little bit of rotation here, there, potentially. Oh, here we go. Let's see the update here. A little touch of rotation here and there. But again, it's not anything too crazy. Man, the sure hope is that we are looking at toward the end. And by the way, this is pretty far away from the radar site. So this is up in the atmosphere. Please don't, it is possible that you're going to get some high winds on the ground, but this is what is showing because it's so far away from the radar site. And St. Louis isn't going to be much better. Evansville radar will be though. Nope. It's about at the fringe of that too. So, still showing some gusty winds. It's possible that you're going to have some stuff there. Yeah, hopefully they just allow that tornado warning to just go by the wayside, and fingers crossed. And then what I will do, because we have an expanded tornado watch that honestly I wasn't expecting. That's a surprise. That's a surprise. We've got an evening surprise in that tornado watch box. It's going to cover places like Evansville, Indiana, Paducah, toward northwestern Tennessee. I will leave this radar on once some of these extra warnings that are technically still in the Show Me Life coverage. Well, Jackson and Cape, obviously the heart, but I'm talking like the tornado warning toward the Carbondale, which is technically it's right along that fringe of the coverage area. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep it here until we find out whether or not they pull back on that tornado warning there around the Carbondale area. And then if they do that and we go down to just plain thunderstorms, I'm going to keep the radar live on our socials and YouTube channel. And we'll go ahead and decrease the audio a little bit and just kind of keep the radar on. You guys can check back with it periodically. That's once some of these warnings are paired away. And then if new warnings arise, we'll, of course, hop back on the air and audio will start to become aplenty. I just genuinely am quite surprised that they have expanded that tornado watch into Western Kentucky. That was not on, pardon the pun, but that was not on the radar. That was not on anyone's radar for tonight, Western Kentucky and places like Evansville really were outside the area of concern for severe weather. So at least as far as anything like a tornado watch box. So that is a little surprising that pops in there like that. But we will definitely keep you up to date. This is what it's looking like right now. Let's see one more thing here. Remains in effect until 10:30 for Cape Girardeau County. That's northeastern part. And it still has a tornado possible threat tag to it. So I-55 between mile markers 96 and 110. So basically from the mall exit in Cape Girardeau all the way to the Jackson area there and a little bit further north of Jackson in the northern part of Cape Girardeau County. So we're going to keep a watchful eye on that. So I'm just going to go ahead. We're going to keep the radar on. And for those of you watching, I have no idea where you're watching from. Like what part of the world that you happen to live in. Maybe you're in Western Kentucky. Maybe you are in Southern Illinois. Whatever the case may be, we're going to, hey, if something happens in Western Kentucky, I won't interrupt the radio stations because that's out of the coverage area. But, if I happen to be in here, obviously, and I happen to actually be in Paducah. So I have a personal vested interest, obviously, not just in southeast Missouri, where I'm originally from, and this whole area. But, if I've got severe weather moving through my area, guess where I'm at? I'm in the Weather Center looking at everything and making sure and checking everything out. So we'll definitely be patching back in some audio and talking about things should anything develop. But for now, what I'm going to do is take a little bit of a break, drink a little bit of water for the first time in 3 hours and 34 minutes because my throat's a little dry. And we're going to be, we'll be back if we need to on the audio side. And you just keep it right here. And the radar will be active and you'll be seeing things move around on it and see little things pop up as we're moving things around and taking a look at stuff and kind of going from there. All right. We'll be back if warranted. We'll be back on the audio side as well to walk you through anything here on the Show Me Live social media channels.